haven't heard otherwise, I'll let you know when the video is live. I'm expecting everyone tonight. Okay, we're live on YouTube.
Hi, Jen. All right. Is everyone ready to start? Okay. Rachel, I don't know if you're unmuted. At least I'm having trouble hearing your audio.
I believe she's unmuted. I think it may be a mic issue on her end.
Okay.
Rachel, we're not hearing you.
All right. Well, we got a little time here. Hopefully Rachel could sort that out. Not quite sure what that was. We'll play tic-tac-toe. If Robin and Roger can each make an X, we've got this.
Rachel, I'll send you an email if you want to communicate and let me know what's going on that way.
There she goes.
Rachel, maybe you want to exit the meeting and come back in?
Well, if you can hear us, you can try to use the phone number and use audio through your phone.
Well, I think she's trying again.
She bounced out and then come back in. Okay. For anyone that's just joined us, we're waiting for our vice chair, Rachel, to rejoin this. She's had a technical issue and we'll bounce back in. All right, we're gonna give her one more minute and then we're just gonna start running through some of the protocol. Right on cue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Zoom knocked me out of AOL entirely. The problem I have is I have 2 Zoom licenses. And Zoom keeps wanting to combine all of my licenses into yours. So I have had this difficulty before, and now I don't have a full screen. I could
Well, we
just
can
see.
see you and we
part of
can
it.
hear you, if that helps any.
All right, let me see if I can get in. There we go. All right.
Okay,
The miracles of Zoom.
so we're gonna call this meeting to order. This is Thursday, April 23rd, 2020. It's the Town of Scarborough Planning Board meeting. This is an agenda that is a continuance from Tuesday, April 21st, 2020's meeting. We are currently up to item number 12 on our agenda. I have a couple of announcements to make before we get started. First order of business is establishing our quorum. And I do see that we have 5 members here. Rick Meinking, you will be a alternate this evening. And Rick Duperi is absent. Could you mark that for the record, Doreen? One other technical announcement here is this is a remote meeting using Zoom. People can access this meeting by going to the Planning Board's webpage. And for viewing only, you can click on the YouTube link. If you wanted to attend the Planning Board meeting virtually and provide public comment at the meeting, you can click on the Zoom link. Planning Board recommends written public comment prior to an upcoming meeting at this time, given the remote video conference meeting format. Directions can be found on how to do this at the Planning Board's webpage for any future. Attendees are muted and must raise their hand to be called on during public comment parts of the agenda. Please only raise your hand once it's time for public comment and not during the applicant's presentation or board deliberation. Each member of the public, just like in a typical meeting format, will be allowed to speak once. We do have a 4-minute time frame on public comment. I will be giving a visual symbol for those out there of that when you have 1 minute left on your time. At 4 minutes, unfortunately, without the ability to help gavel you in and have that added benefit of letting us kind of know, I'm just going to jump in right at the 4-minute mark. We ask that you keep your comments succinct and concise and to the point. That way we can help get through the rest of our meeting agenda left over from Tuesday's meeting. With that said, we'll start with item number 12, which is M&R Holdings, LLC. And South Portland Housing Development Corporation requests a site inventory and analysis review for Little Dolphin Drive, Assessor's Map U45, lots 1 and 4A. Jamel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is located in the TBC zoning district along Little Dolphin Drive and Access Road. The applicant's in front of the board this evening for a site inventory and analysis review of a plan phase of the plan development review process. So the applicant did submit materials for the March 30 meeting, but that meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 situation. So staff did review that application, and the applicant did resubmit for this meeting based on staff comments. Just as a reminder, the site inventory and analysis is intended to provide the applicant, board, and staff with a better understanding of the overall site and opportunities and constraints that the natural and built environment create for the development of the site. The review tonight does not result in a formal approval or denial of the application, but the board should be sure to determine if the information provided provides a clear understanding of the site and identifies opportunities and constraints that will guide the utilization of the site. So after review of the revised materials, staff actually is generally comfortable with the submission, and we do not offer any further comments at this time. Turn it back to you.
Thank you, Jamel. Dan or Rocky, I'll imagine one of you will be presenting for the applicant.
Thanks, Nick. I'll start. Dan Bacon with M&R Holdings. Nick Estito is also on your panel and will conduct the majority of the presentation. But first, I wanted to thank the board again for doing this twice this week. I know it's a lot of your time, and I'm sure a lot goes in the background to get this up and running. So thank you again as primary applicants on your agenda. I know it's a lot of work. So in terms of this application, so this site is approximately 7 acres. It's owned by M&R Holdings. It's off of Little Dolphin Drive, and it's across from the Town and Country headquarters. And so M&R has owned it for quite a while, and we're teaming with the South Portland Housing Development Corporation. They do affordable housing exclusively, primarily in South Portland, but they're also growing kind of the scope of their work to other communities like Scarborough that have affordable housing needs. So we're teaming with them on this project. Brooks Moore is the development director for South Portland Housing Authority. He would be here this evening. It happens to be his wife's birthday. So we're pinch hitting for him. But if you have more questions about that organization, we'll certainly cover those questions. And I'm sure he'll introduce himself at future meetings when we get into the master plan and site plan. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm not using earbuds, so just want to make sure my computer's operating. So the intention for this parcel is to do a mixed use project consistent with the TVC zoning that applies to it. South Portland Housing Authority would do approximately 60 unit senior affordable project and building. And then M&R would proceed with an office building on the order of 30 to 35,000 square feet. We're still kind of looking at those details. We think it fits the site really well, is consistent with the zone and kind of can be a really compatible project for that property and compatible with Little Dolphin and Town and Country across the street. In terms of our team working on it, Nick Aceto, who's you all know well, helped us with the SIA and the master plan and is going to be helping through the design process. Also, Acorn Engineering is going to be our engineering team. And Build Architecture is working with Brooks on the South Portland building component for the project. Prior to applying to you and to staff with this application, we had a neighborhood meeting. So we did that first before finalizing plans to submit. We actually had a neighborhood meeting at the Town and Country headquarters. Dave Libby was nice enough to allow us to do that. So it was basically right across the street from the site. I think we had about 5 or 6 neighbors attend and had a nice discussion, good opportunity to introduce the project and get some good early feedback that we'll be incorporating into the design as we proceed. Beyond that, this is the first step of the plan development process, as Jamel outlined. We'll be back before you with a master plan at your next meeting, and then it would trigger a subdivision and site plan. And it's likely that the housing component, the South Portland housing component, would be potentially reviewed in advance of the office building, but we'll work with staff and you on the logistics of that. So with that, I'm going to have Nick kind of walk through the plans. And Rocky and I are here for questions if they come up.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Thank you, Dan. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can, Nick.
Go ahead and share my screen. Okay, you see my screen okay?
Looks good.
Okay, good. So you all have your documents in front of you with the site inventory and analysis that we submitted. So what I'm gonna do to supplement that just a little bit, I'll walk through briefly a few slides that help provide a little bit more contextual analysis to the site, where it's located, kind of what some of the opportunities and constraints are, and the character of the surrounding area, so you can get a sense of the context. So jumping in here, you can see this is a high-level view showing Oak Hill down to the southwest. The site is highlighted in the orange overlay color. Route 1 down to the south, and Gorham Road off to the west. So same scale map with an overlay of the zoning. You can see that we're in the TBC district, with the R2 district abutting to the east. This is an interesting slide. So zooming in on the site a little bit more, you can see, again, the site area highlighted in the orange, and Route 1 down to the south in the solid white line. Little Dolphin Drive is our what would be our primary access down to Route 1 to the south, with the blue dash circles indicating walking sheds. I thought it would be interesting, given all the board discussion on pedestrian infrastructure, walkability, alternative transportation, et cetera, to just look at that and understand kind of the context of the site. So the white solid lines are indicating existing vehicle access roadway, and the dotted line is existing sidewalk. And then up on the northeast and the southwest, we have the asterisk symbol that's showing existing bus stops, as indicated on the plans. And the other interesting thing about this this map is it's showing kind of the intensity of development along that Route 1 corridor, with the amount of impervious paving and kind of the scale and character of the buildings shown there in gray. So you can get a sense of the site. Another interesting view, just tipping the site down into kind of a bird's eye view. You can see Access Drive abutting the site to the south, and Little Dolphin Drive accessing out to Route 1, with Foley Farm Road bordering the site to the west. Some street views, just to give a sense of existing character and kind of the character of the streets, existing sidewalks and infrastructure. You can see we have overhead lines along Little Dolphin Drive. As you kind of look clockwise from the upper left, that is Little Dolphin Drive looking directly up, standing along the intersection with Route 1. You can see that existing sidewalk on the right-hand side with utility overhead lines on the right as well. And then if you look down at the bottom of the page, that's the view along Access Drive with the existing office building across the street to the south, shown on that lower right-hand image. And then the lower left-hand image is showing the site as it exists essentially today. So getting into the site inventory and analysis maps, you can see our site here. This is an infrastructure and land use analysis, just again, getting a sense of what the land use is abutting our site. We're surrounded on three sides by included within the TBC district, with a small portion of the site on the east side abutting R2. We have that existing access from the south from Route 1 along Little Dolphin Drive, and then a cross-street connection along Access Drive to Foley Farm Road on the west. In terms of utilities as well, I can touch on that. So we're showing electric, sewer, gas, and water at Little Dolphin Drive and Access Road. This is a site soils and boring diagram. I hope it's not too boring, but so you can see the site is generally more hydric soils as you move south. The black symbols are indicating boring locations, and those are tied to the supplemental information I provided from the geotech in the appendix of your document, so you can see kind of what those profiles look like. This diagram shows surface hydrology, so you can see the majority of the site is kind of split north and south, with shallower slopes and stormwater flowing down to the south towards Access Drive. You can see we have a pretty substantial portion of the site is encompassed by existing wetland down to the southeast, with a small pocket of wetland just off the end of Little Dolphin Drive to the northwest. And then the site slopes a little bit more abruptly as you crest kind of a ridge in the center of the site and head back to the north towards Foley Farm. And the back of the site is essentially all undeveloped forested area. Again, you can see that the wetland down to the southeast side and the drainage splitting along this kind of soft, shallow ridge line in the center of the site. The slope sloping off a little bit steeper to the north. And then we're also looking at kind of environmental factors. We have good solar orientation down to the south and southwest. We have prevailing winds up from the west and northwest, so we want to kind of shield and buffer from. And we have an existing tree line along the west, north, and east, as well as within that existing wetland down to the southeast. So this is stepping a little bit beyond the site inventory and analysis phase, and just trying to give you a sense of where we're headed with the site layout and design. We're seeing, as Dan touched on, two separate but complementary uses and ultimately lots potentially, where we're proposing a commercial office building, kind of bookending Little Dolphin Drive and taking full advantage of that developable envelope and thinking about kind of parking ratios and also stormwater management. The site, a lot of it is driven by the circulation. We want to have good pedestrian connectivity in and to and from the site, and that's shown with the orange, the lighter orange arrows in line work. And then we're also starting to identify here a number of placemaking opportunities highlighted by the green dash circle area. So those could be plazas, a little bit of enhanced paving potentially around the entryways, bicycle racks, things of that sort. And then over, I don't know if I touched on this, but over on the eastern portion of the site, we're looking at a senior affordable housing project. So we can talk about that more as we go forward, but given that this is only a site inventory and analysis phase, we're mainly focused on kind of the, defining the developable area and the existing conditions. So that's about what I have. I'd like to open it up for questions and look forward to hearing your feedback.
Thanks, Nick. Dan, are you all set as well?
I am. Thanks.
Okay, so we have an opportunity for public comment on this item. If you are in attendance and would like to speak on this item, what you can do is on the Zoom panel, there's a raise my hand feature. Hopefully you'll be able to find that easily. I'll give you a minute to kind of search around for it. Once your hand's up, I'll click on it, which basically calls on you, and I'll allow you to speak to the board. So once we have done that, now would be the time to raise your hand if you wanted to speak. Okay, I don't see anyone here to speak on the item, so I'm going to turn it over to the board. Does anyone on the board have any questions on this? And I'm scrolling through the panel here to Rachel.
Yeah, I have a question on the Foley Farm Road. Is there a sidewalk on that street?
Yes, there is. Yep.
All the way down to the I can't see exactly where it ends. I'm just thinking in terms of the pedestrian's ability to get down there, walk across, and get to Hannaford's, because my suspicions are that folks from the senior center are going to be more likely to take Foley Farm directly to Hannaford than they are to go down to Route 1, down Route 1, up and back to the Hannaford. So, okay, that's good to know. And we'll need to make sure that there are safe crossings for them. As I was looking at the site and the narrative, I really appreciated the discussion that you had about some of the placemaking amenities that were there. I guess I would have a question on parking and the layout. Are you looking at two separate lots, or are we going to be looking at one very large lot? What sort of separation is there going to be between the two buildings?
We're still working on it. I think there'll be I know that, in the sketch plan that you'll see here in a few days, you'll see a pretty strong pedestrian connection spine. And actually there'll be a couple of sidewalk and pedestrian connections that connect through the sites, both sites, east and west. So, but we are still working on it. And, if give us a couple of days to show you the sketch plan and master plan.
Okay, yeah, on one level, there seems to be ample land to do this, and then yet at another level, all of a sudden in areas that one might see in terms of parking or you've got the wetlands, so that's going to take a little bit of working around, I guess, to make sure that there's adequate parking.
Absolutely.
I think this is a nicely thought out, and I really like the idea of it being senior housing very close to the shopping and for the groceries and pharmacy and small restaurants and any bank you want to name. So I think it's going to be a very good addition to that area. Thank you.
Hi, Robin, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
What year was the wetland delineation done?
I think it was within the last 2 years. Dan, do you have that?
Yeah, I believe the last 2 or 3. It certainly was in the last 5-year time frame, Robin, but I will get you that answer. I think the last 2 or 3.
Was it assessed for vernal pools?
That was done. It is being done right now.
This May? Yeah, like this season?
This season.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
just with the isolated wetland in the middle of the site there could be some there's some prospects there, but I'm trying to remember what year we had the drought, if it was 2017 or 18. Does anyone remember? No. Okay, I'm just seeing if it's rebounded from the drought conditions, and in order for you to assess the vernal pools, but I'm excited that you're going to be doing it in the next month or so. So that's all I had for questions. Yeah, and it is a great location for its function. Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like Nick McGee may have been bounced. Oh, I think he's back. You there, Nick?
I am here. Sorry. Roger said that you had your hand up. Roger? Yeah, Roger, go ahead.
Oh, okay, all right, I didn't get that. I just have a question, clarification on the senior housing. That senior affordable housing, this is probably directed more to Rocky, I guess. Is this going to be like Section 8 housing? Is what they refer to as Section 8 housing?
I can answer that, and Rocky can chime in after or as well. This would be a main housing, affordable housing, where they apply for low income tax credits. That's usually the pretty common way for new development to receive additional funding for affordable housing. That's what Developers Collaborative is doing, and the Uplands that you reviewed earlier in the week. Bessie Common, I believe, is getting funding that way across from Town Hall. So it's not Section 8, it's through the low income tax credit program that helps lower interest rates and provides funding to make it an affordable project.
Okay, so all right, okay. And on the office building, it's on your conceptual master plan, it shows 2 stories, but it could be 2 or 3 stories. That's right.
It could be, we're showing a footprint area for it and thought it made sense to have a relationship with Town and Country on that side of the site, and then have the senior housing more tucked back further away from Access Drive in the back area of the site.
Okay. It's kind of interesting, all the senior housing that's being planned for this community right now. I think it's a great plan. Great location and everything. So let's hope Hannaford stays there. I'm all set.
Thanks, Roger.
You there, Nick? McGee?
Yes, Rick Meinking?
Yeah, thanks. I just have a couple of comments and maybe a question or two here. I like the project. On the land use slide, you show the overhead electric going, but it ends where the gas and the sewer come in. Is it your intention then to carry the lines into the site?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
That's great. I was looking on the Google Maps, and it appears on the tree line on the west side of the land. It looks like there's a trail right at the tree line. Is that really a trail?
Along Foley Farm Road, you said on the western property line?
No, well, it would be at the top of the plans there. Assuming, yeah, that's more toward the, maybe it's the east side. Maybe I got my boundaries wrong. But it's closer to the Foley Farm, and it goes right along the tree edge.
Up here?
Yeah,
Okay.
there looks
Yeah.
like there's a trail right underneath the trees. Is there?
Are you talking about on the diagram or in reality?
No, in reality.
Oh, not that I'm aware of. Yeah. I did look at the Route 1 transportation corridor study, just to get a sense of alternative transportation, bikeability, that kind of stuff. And I noticed they did have a bit of line work kind of coming through the site east to west for kind of a bicycle trail connection.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's a trail or something, and I didn't think about bicycles, but yeah, now looking at all the tire prints on the bare land from the Google map, it looks like there's a lot of bicycling going on there.
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at the site there and see if that's actually a trail that's used, and if it is, then I think we can come up with a creative way to accommodate
Maybe
it.
incorporate that.
Yeah.
Great. You mentioned that you had a neighborhood meeting and received some constructive feedback. Can you share what some of that feedback was?
Yeah. Dan, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, and you can add to it, Nick. The primary things that we talked about were with the neighbor to the east. So that would be on this plan, the yellow area, the R2 district. So there's, Maple Avenue is to the east of this site, and there's homes along it. And so that homeowner was attended, was super appreciative of us having the neighborhood meeting. And her primary comment was wanting to see some buffering to her backyard. So, and I think that was sent to you as well. Fujimel, you received that prior to this meeting, hoping that the 25-foot buffer is respected per the zoning. So that was, I think, the most conversation was having a buffer to the east. I would say that she appreciated the fact that the senior housing component was on that side versus the office building, and how kind of more compatible with residential and quieter, et cetera. And also, we've been thinking about, to a comment earlier, keeping parking in the center of the site, not having parking kind of in that direction. So that was the primary thing that was talked about, Rick. And then other things like, being sensitive around parking lot lighting to neighbors, and thinking about ways to manage parking lot lighting. I think those were the two primary topics, and both of which we've been thinking about as we, plan for site plan.
Excellent. It's nice to have the community get involved right from the get-go. My final comment is the narrative said that it'll be encouraging the use of alternative energy sources, which is an important component for this project. Could you describe what those alternative energy sources might be and how this area lends itself to that?
Sure.
Yeah.
And Brooks could speak to it more in Kennett Master Plan, but he's with other affordable projects, incorporated alternative energy measures. I think he's done solar on a handful of projects. So I think that's in consideration, I think, in his pricing and his development plans for the senior housing piece. And I think he's open to other things, but I think that was the primary thing that was highlighted there and has been done by South Portland Housing Authority on recent projects.
Great. Well, thanks for those answers, and I look forward to the master plan. This looks like a good project. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. Any other members of the board wishing to speak on this? No? Okay. I don't have anything else to add to my colleagues' comments here. I want to thank you guys for presenting this evening, and as well as holding a neighborhood meeting. That's great that you did that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right. I'm gonna make two more quick notes. Some of you may have noticed I've blanked my screen out. My internet is not always the most reliable, so it is it's easier if I leave video off. I'm still here and attending, hopefully. If I do happen to get bounced off, Rachel Hendrickson will take over the meeting until I can return as vice chair. So our next item tonight is item number 13. M&R Holdings requests a sketch plan review for Lot 1 within the Town Center residential neighborhood within the Downs, Assessor's Map R52, Lot 4. Jamel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project is in the CPD zoning district on Lot 1 within the proposed Town Center residential neighborhood subdivision at the Downs. That subdivision is being reviewed by the board currently. I think it received preliminary approval in March or February. So the applicant's proposing to construct two 12-unit residential condominium buildings, each with a footprint of approximately 4,700 square feet. So the applicant's before you tonight for a sketch plan review. As a reminder, sketch plan review is an opportunity for the applicant and the board to have a high-level discussion to help inform the applicant as they prepare for a formal site plan submission to the board. Just a few comments to go through. Staff did note that the site plan standards require adequate ingress and egress to all parking spaces within the development. So staff did note that the applicant's proposing a design that appears to result in 18 covered parking spaces being blocked in by another 18 spaces. So the applicant should discuss this design approach with the board. Staff did provide a few other notes about the applicant providing some additional pedestrian gathering areas, including benches and plantings, and some placemaking elements. And then staff recommends that the applicant speak on the drive aisle width. They're proposing a 20-foot wide drive aisle width. So that's a little narrower than the site plan standards require, which is 25 feet. So just make sure you discuss that. And then finally, staff, we haven't seen a landscape plan, but we did suggest that they provide some, deciduous tree plantings around the parking areas on the site. At this point, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Jamel. Dan, I'm kicking this one off too.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to generally do the presentation, but also Rocky's going to jump in, and Nick and Drew are here to help with the presentation, also answer questions the board may have relating to, stormwater engineering, landscape architecture, et cetera. I'm going to share my screen so I can get a presentation up for you. Hopefully. Can the board see my screen, or is it? I don't know.
Yes, we can see it.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. As Jamel introduced, this is Lot 1 in the Town Center Residential District of the Downs. And I know on a planning board meeting basis, you're often kind of flying around different areas of the project. So just to help orient you in case you aren't immediately oriented, this is the overall master plan. Town Center Residential is that second residential phase that we're working with the board on and have been for a while now, just north of phase 1 off of Route 1, and in the orange area here. Drilling down a little bit further, this is the conceptual master plan you approved, I think the beginning of the year for the overall district. And I've highlighted the area that we're going to talk about tonight, where Lot 1 is, which is the most southerly part of this next phase of the project, closest to Route 1 and the Mill Village district. So we've tried to design this lot in layout consistent with this master plan. Drilling, I guess, down further, this is the preliminary subdivision plan that was approved. I think it was early March. And as part of that, it would create Lot 1. And when we laid out Lot 1 on the preliminary subdivision plan, we tried to do it in a way that made it pretty turnkey for this lot layout. And we did that by already kind of establishing where we think the best locations are for access to access points that you can see here. If you can see my arrow or not on the screen, but the one to the right, we've designed to be shared. So it also can be access to the alleys behind the lots along Front Runner that you see just to the right, the left of Lot 1. In addition, we've been planning some on-street parking within the subdivision plan, recognizing that we'd have buildings, close to the street and could use on-street parking in this on this lot in this section of the Downs Road. Also, in the overall subdivision plan, we've laid out utility connections, hydrant locations, et cetera, that work for the development of this lot. On stormwater, this lot would be managed in terms of stormwater in concert with this section of the Downs Road that's in front of it. And would actually, the treatment area actually would be on Lot 2, which is below this lot on the screen and across the Downs Road. So you may have noticed in the sketch plan there wasn't an area for stormwater. That's because it's going to be handled in common with the Downs Road and part of Lot 2. So the overall subdivision plan kind of does a lot for this lot in terms of making it kind of ready for this application. So this is the sketch plan layout that was in your packages and that we've been working on. As I mentioned, on the left side of the screen, you would have an access drive that would come in to provide access to the front runner lots, but more important to this application, provide access to some parking spaces along that access drive into the rear of the site where we'd have parking and garages. And we'd have the buildings with an orientation to the street and parking to the rear of the site. And then as you see on the far right side of the screen, there's additional covered garage parking to provide for one covered garage space for every unit in this project. So as was introduced, but I haven't talked too much about, these are 12 unit buildings. They're condominiums. So they're ownership. And the plan for these buildings is they're going to be 11 units have 2 bedrooms, and 1 unit per building has 1 bedroom. And so that's a total of 22 2-bedroom units and obviously 2 1-bedroom units. The buildings are designed to have a longer, they're longer than they are deep. So they're about 100 feet long, 104 feet long, 46 feet deep. Really to have a better kind of connection to the street and to have more kind of light and air in each unit. They're also designed to have a common hallway through the center of the building, so you can walk from the front of the building to the back of the building. So you have access to the rear where parking is, and then you'd have, every unit would have access also to the front sidewalk, on-street parking, the pedestrian network within the project. I'm going to talk a little bit more about architecture, on the next slide. One of the kind of key design considerations we have around parking that staff raised in terms of the ordinance is we've been pretty intentional with how we've arranged these parking spaces to really be more like condo and homeowner style parking versus maybe apartment style parking, where each unit owner would have a deed and ownership of a garage bay. And also they would have assigned parking in the uncovered parking space in front of it. So it's the same unit that would control those 2 parking spaces. And much like you would have in actually other phases of the Downs or other neighborhoods, you park 1 car in the garage and you park 1 car outside in the driveway. So we're trying to mimic that pattern for a handful of reasons. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is we felt that design is better than having the uncovered spaces face right up close to the buildings. We wanted to provide landscaping along this back edge of the buildings and not have cars kind of right outside your window, and to have a more privacy, no headlights into windows and units. So we've been pretty intentional in terms of trying to put the parking away from the buildings and arranged in that manner. The spaces are designed to be wider. The uncovered spaces are 12 by 20 versus 9 by 18. So that adds a bit more space for maneuverability into the garage and also just sort of parking and along that stretch. We've also added garages to reduce overall paved area, having 1 covered space, again, and reducing the amount of pavement. And that's been by design. Now, the other design component on the narrower drive aisle is we felt that 20 feet is kind of the perfect drive aisle width for this setting. This is more of a residential setting. The parking spaces are loaded only on one side. And we've run kind of the auto turn movements for passenger vehicles and also fire trucks. We reviewed it with the fire department. They were okay with a narrower width because it meets their fire lane requirements. So we felt overall it's going to slow people down. It kind of fits. The setting is more of a residential setting than a commercial setting, where a 25-foot wide aisle is customary in a shopping center, a light industrial area, etc. But we thought a narrow width made sense here. I guess lastly, the narrower width overall enables us to really kind of minimize, like I said earlier, pavement area, but also the depth of development so that we can minimize wetland impacts to the rear of the site. And while also keeping nice buffers around the building. So I think I know Rocky has experience with this parking layout and other projects. So Rocky, if you have the ability to chime in on that, please do.
Rocky, I think your audio, you're not showing as muted, so you might have a problem with your audio. Can't hear you.
Okay. Well, I'll keep going, and then we can come back to that during discussion with the board if that works for the group. This is a slide that I kind of already spoke to, I guess, in terms of our goals. But like I said, our goal with the driveway layout and the parking layout is to be more residential in scale, reduce impervious area, provide privacy, and we think it's pretty customary for condo units. So we wanted to cover this now. I know waivers need to be granted at site plan and subdivision, but we want to design it, kind of go in the right direction in terms of our next steps in engineering. So we're hoping to have this conversation with the board now so that we can design with some certainty at the next stage. The image to the right shows, a passenger vehicle using that wider space to get into the garage. If that helps understand, movement for the board with this design. This is a diagram that shows the fire truck movements through the whole site. And we met with Jim Butler and Jamel a while back when we could meet in person and talked about this. And the commercial code officer and fire inspector liked the circulation and was comfortable with the layout. Something we haven't developed as identified by staff, but this shows the direction we're headed is, landscaping. We haven't taken that step yet. We wanted to have this meeting with the board. This gives a quick little bird's eye view of the character of development along the Downs Road. You can see the on-street parking. We'd have some street trees along the frontage. The buildings are, fairly close to the street, the parking to the rear. This image doesn't show that garage on the right side. So this was an earlier version, but it gives you a sense for the look and feel of the site from the street and from this perspective. I guess lastly is architecture. We're still working through the details of it, but this is the direction we're headed in terms of the look and feel of the building or buildings. Like I said earlier, it's a 12-unit building. It's a longer building than it is deep on purpose to have kind of that relationship to the street, to have units that aren't quite as kind of deep, have more glazing on the 3 sides or 4 sides. We've done balconies for each unit that are inset, that are kind of tucked within the primary roof structures. We're using 4 kind of gable roof elements to break up the facade along the street. It actually looks a bit more like a townhouse than apartment style on purpose to kind of break up the length of the building. That center core is where you enter. Like I said earlier, you can walk through the building front to back. We've planned to have a delivery room in the first floor, mechanicals in the first floor within the exterior walls of the building. And those 2 features are really why it's not all 2-bedroom units, to kind of make up that space that ate into the space of one of the 2-bedroom units. So that's why there's 1 unit in each building that's smaller than the rest. And so we're still kind of working on kind of colors and final materials, but this is the direction we're headed. We're pretty happy with it and think it's can be a nice complement to the next phase of the project. And I think that's what I have for now. And I know Nick and Drew are, as well as Rocky, are here to help answer questions as we go. So I think I'll turn it back to the chair.
Nick McGee still in the house?
May have lost the chair.
It's like he was booted.
I can see Nick's name, but I don't hear him. Is he, Nick, are you on?
Names disappeared also.
Okay. Well, then let's start. Is there anybody on the board who would like to comment? Actually, I think, Jen, I'd like to hear from you if you could. Since this really has been focused around parking issues.
Well, I do have some questions around parking. Okay, so I guess my first question is around the double stacking. So I have seen this in other areas where, other ownership rental situations like this. And it can work. I think signing it appropriately is helpful so that you don't have, for example, visitors that are parking in front of residents who might be in the garage space or something like that. But before even getting there, I did pick up on the comment from staff about factoring into the parking calculations the 10 on-street spaces. And I can't help but notice that if you do that, the math seems like you would need less of this double stacked system. So I'm curious if that's something that is, that the team is interested in pursuing from a parking calculation standpoint, factoring in those on-street spaces. And if so, what that would do to that back parking arrangement. So that's one comment. Another comment is on the aisle width. I do appreciated the explanation about the 20-foot aisle width and how and why you arrived there. I do think it's a good idea, and I can understand the effort to try and tighten that up a little bit in the back for aesthetic reasons and just sort of not making it feel like a giant grocery store parking lot kind of feel. But I also noticed that that 20-foot aisle width is consistent along the back and on the left-hand side, sorry for lack of a north side, but not at the east entrance where it looks like the aisle is maintained. Oh no, sorry, 20-foot aisle. Okay, 27-foot distance to the covered structure. Never mind, answered my own question. I do kind of think, so one question that I still had after your explanation was about, you did call attention to the wider the much larger parking spaces that will be uncovered. But I'm not quite sure what's the size of the parking spaces proposed under the overhang? Is it the same? It looks to be the same on the plans.
Within the garages, is that the question?
Yeah.
What the parking size is? They're going to be well, I mean, door to door, they're going to be a typical garage space. So, I mean, it's exterior dimension, it's going to be 12 feet. Interior, you know, the door is going to be narrower. So it'd be like a 10-foot opening to get into the garage, like you would in a typical situation. The uncovered parking is 20 feet deep versus 18. So you have a little additional space in terms of the drive aisle in that location.
Mhm.
To answer your question on the on-street parking, the thinking there is that's really reserved for guests for kind of day-to-day parking where you may kind of run in quickly or you're parking on the street during the day while you're running errands, etc. Versus, you know, the off-street parking, both in the garage and outside the garage is, you know, overnight parking, typical parking. And I think the on-street parking helps kind of solve the issue of people inappropriately pulling into your parking space as a guest would come and park on the street. A homeowner would come and park in the garage and park in the parking space to the rear.
So I'm just gonna say it. This is a situation where I would love to see a incentive for not requiring a second parking space for a 2-bedroom apartment. I think you know, again, obviously you're further ahead than we are in terms of the rest of the build out for this entire program, and I'm talking about the Downs in particular. But you know, it seems like there could be a fair number of cases where you might have two people living in an apartment that don't necessarily need 2 cars. And I'm just curious about how that, if that's up for discussion. Have you talked about that? Does that fit within the kind of demographic that you are anticipating here? But I would just also add that I think, you know, we don't have a lot of these types of units in Scarborough. And, you know, just personally, like my husband and I, when we first moved to town, we would have absolutely fit into this, you know, this type of thing would have been something that was attractive to us. And we had 1 car at the time. So, you know, I actually wouldn't have wanted to pay for a second space if that was an additional fee on top of a unit. I understand not everybody may feel that way. But given some of the other things that it sounds like you're trying to work with in order to fit that in, I'm just curious about maybe if there's another outside the box option here for meeting all the needs that you're trying to fit onto the site. The other thing that popped into my head, and again, your design team may have already looked at this, but just sort of inherently, this site feels like it could also work with a one-way circulation in the back and an angled parking situation. So if the 2 spaces per unit and this arrangement is something that you feel very strongly about in terms of supporting this kind of development, is there an option to maybe lessen some of the impervious area by making those angled? I don't know. I think those are the primary comments that I had.
If I could just comment on the phase 1, we have a lot of 2-bedroom units in a condo situation, and we're finding that there's a lot of 2-car occupants and sort of the parking requirements the town has, which we met there, but not with a lot of extra space, really any extra space, are about right. I guess that's for better or for worse. I think we're still a little bit, you know, a ways from having this self-contained walkable community that can get you down to, you know, 1 car for most units. I think there will be certainly, and there are homeowners that will, but it's still predominantly a kind of a two car per unit situation. And that's the balancing act we have right now in terms of designing for today's buyers, but also have an eye on the trend and the direction we want to go. So I guess if there are some more than we think one car condo units, then they won't have an issue getting in and out of their garage bay because there won't be double stacking. But I think,
Sorry, just one other question. Is this, you're referring to these as garages? Is this, and I don't
they'll
think.
have a garage door. It's
It
not
will have a garage door?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Okay, so for example, if somebody didn't want to use it as a garage, or sorry, as a car storage and wanted it for something else, I don't know.
Right.
We have a canoe
Yeah.
set up in our garage right now, so,
Yeah, bikes and canoes, certainly.
okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Does someone want to go next? Roger.
Yes, Dan.
Mhm.
It appears that you have three different, well, actually, you count the on-street parking, you've got four different varieties of parking. I imagine you might have struggled with these four spaces next to that road going into on the left there, because those people will basically be backing right out onto the street. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's a shared private drive. So that driveway provides access to, lot one comes in that way. It also
Okay.
provides access to 7 houses that are off the screen to the left. But it's not a public street. It's a shared driveway or alley that'll be used by both of those homeowners, those groups of homeowners.
Yeah, okay.
Go with that. We thought about and may still kind of revisit putting parking over next to the garage that's on the right side. That could happen there and maybe is more appropriate. So they're closer to each other than the 4 that you referred to. It was a bit of a challenge to figure out how to handle those 4 spaces. So we may come back to that with the board at site plan with some refinement and also based on our discussion this evening.
So on the on-street parking, would those be assigned spaces? In other words, they wouldn't be open for the public to use. They'd be assigned spaces?
It's going to be a public street, so we can't assign them. We can't put unit owner A, unit owner B on those spaces. No, so they need to be, that's why we think they're really best as guests in daily use. Not, homeowner, folks that are buying a condo want predictability around where they're going to park more than than maybe businesses, also than maybe renters. So it's pretty important for us to be able to provide meeting the parking requirement off street for a condo owner. And that's a big part of our design consideration.
Okay. I think that's all. I like the preliminary design of the buildings. I think they look nice. So I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, before we go to somebody else, Dan, I just have a question. When you said you were looking at moving the parking, those 4 spaces over to the garage, I guess, on the right in the back, is that roughly where the dumpster pad is? Is that what you're talking about, moving?
Yeah, that would be a spot that could kind of pair the garage spaces better with the uncovered spaces for those unit owners.
Okay, all right, thank you, just checking that.
Yep.
Anyone else on the board? Robin, do you have anything?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would ask is that because you're requesting a waiver on the aisle space, that you submit the auto turn simulation to the board so that we can see it and it's easily documented for the consideration of the waiver. That's all I have.
Absolutely. We're happy to, Robin. Thanks.
Thank you. Rick? You have anything, or are you good?
Thanks. No, I really like this. I can imagine that the stacking of the parking is, to me, is a good solution to get the amenities that these owners are likely to want. You know, if they don't have two cars, they may have a snowmobile, a bass boat, or something of that nature that they want to put in there, a couple of bicycles. I think you solved a good problem with parking based on that layout. I do like that one parking lot that is on the south side. That's primed for a solar panel. And that would be an excellent opportunity to also put in your electric chargers into those garages. So I would ask that maybe that be considered. Are you doing it? This is on slab, right? Grade on slab? Your slab
Yes.
grade?
Yep.
Okay, so no basement. So
No.
there's no storage opportunities for residents or owners then. So everything's going to be in the condo or in the garage. I hope you will
We've
consider.
designed a kind of a larger storage closet at the entry of each unit. So there's some storage for, you could hang a bike maybe inside your building, but I think you're right. I mean, most of the storage is going to be maybe at the rear of the garage, but there's some modest indoor storage for each unit.
Right. There's no elevator. You don't plan on elevators in this building, do you?
No.
Okay. No, I think this has a potential to be a nice stretch down the road and looks attractive from the rendering. I'm anxious to see what the rendering on the east facing side will look like from the garages.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure we'll see that in a future submission. The only other thing that I hope you'll consider is trying to use the 300 or the 3000 Kelvin temperature on your exterior lights, and that you spec out fixtures that will be dark sky, part of the IDA. That would be nice as we try to mitigate light pollution in our town. But I think that's all the notes I had. I look forward to the next round. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. So let me kind of wrap this up. I have no objection to the stacking of the parking. I think it's the way that you pretty much have got to go for a lot this size, and I think it offers a lot of flexibility to the homeowners, to the condo owners. I'm thinking on either end of the buildings, it looks as though there's a reasonable amount of lawn space there, enough that in addition to the landscaping, you might be able to put some small conversation areas with a couple of benches, maybe small patios. If you could take a look at that. There's a little bit of a difference between the view that you have on the screen and the C102 that we have. So it's tough to tell what the scale is, what the amount of space is, but it looks as though there's some placemaking opportunities there. I am thrilled beyond measure to see that you have not shown up with white buildings. I'm certainly hoping, I think the gray with the cream actually looks pretty good. So I'm going to be interested in seeing what you come up with in terms of the color. And as I said, I'm thrilled that it's not white, if you want to take a hint. I think I think this is a very good start. I think it's an intriguing development that will attract people. I think it has the New England vernacular. It looks to me actually like mill villages where I grew up. At the same time, it has an urban flavor that is likely to be very appealing to young first-time homeowners. So I wish you luck with this, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next stage of your plans. I don't believe we need to take a vote. Perhaps Jamel can tell me. I think we just have provided some information for you. I do see that Roger has his hand up, so go ahead, Roger. Roger?
Sure, I answered this previously. Yes. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe Rocky has answered this previously. Are you taking into consideration parcel deliveries in these multi family units that you're building? You are, okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we have a room planned inside the lobby. So as you go in that front door that you can see on the screen, there's a package room. We were super hopeful that the U.S. Postal Service would also deliver mail to those rooms, but I don't think they will based on their policies. I haven't given up, but I don't think it's likely. So we're going to need to have an exterior kind of mailbox, gang mailbox to handle that end of it. But we were really deliberate in terms of providing that package delivery inside the building and have kind of a cool design to accommodate that.
Good, good. All right. Thank you.
Jamel, have we done our due diligence here?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
A quick question.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but Dan, were those garages have doors or were they open? Just kind of.
Yeah, they're garages, so they have garage doors. They can be fully enclosed. Or would be fully enclosed. Yep.
That was it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, folks. And
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
we'll turn this over to Chairman McGee, and you can.
Thanks, Rachel. I really appreciate it stepping up. I'll be talking to my internet service provider shortly. The next item on tonight's agenda is 3 Diamond Realty LLC requests a master plan review as part of the plan development project for 25 to 29 Higas Parkway, Assessor's Map R50, lots 34A through C. Jamel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project's located along the Higas Parkway in the Higas Parkway zoning district. The applicant was last before the board back in November for a site inventory and analysis review. At that meeting, the board did request additional information for site analysis, and staff would like to note that the applicant did provide these materials, and staff's comfortable with those materials. So now they're in front of the board for master plan. The applicant's proposing a multi-lot mixed-use development, including commercial, light industrial, and residential uses spanning 3 properties. As a reminder, the master plan review is intended to generally lay out how the plan development will be developed, including proposed use of various parts of the site, the primary road and pedestrian network, approach to stormwater management, and proposed development areas and open space areas. The board shall only approve the master plan if it finds that it complies with the zoning standards and is consistent with the site inventory and analysis materials. So staff has noted that the maximum amount of residential uses within the Higas Parkway zoning district shall not exceed 40% of the non-residential uses at the full build out. So this calculation is actually determined based on the amount of non-residential use floor area that can be accommodated as determined by the applicant and approved by the board. The conceptual build out analysis will need to be submitted to the board that includes the proposed square footage of both the residential and non-residential uses to ensure compliance with the 40-60 split. This will need to be provided to the board prior to master plan approval and before site plan review. So the applicant should start this discussion tonight with the board. And staff has also offered some comments related to proposed access along the new road and pedestrian amenities. Additional details are needed for the proposed multi-use pathways, roadway, sidewalks, and trail system. And finally, the zoning ordinance does allow for the planning board to approve flexible design standards such as on-street parking, lot coverage, and yard setbacks within a planned development. If the applicant intends to utilize these flexible design standards, they will need to provide this information to the board with future submissions. And at this point, I'll turn it back to you.
If we lost Nick?
Temporarily, but I'm back.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jamel. I caught most of that, so that's a positive. Who do we have from the applicant this evening? Jason, Jason, are
Yep,
you on?
Yep. Can you hear me? This is Jason Vafiatis of Atlantic Resource Consultants.
Hi, Jason. Thank you.
Yeah, so Jamel did a pretty good job of breaking down the project. I believe we were back in front of you in January of this year with this project under the site analysis phase. So to refresh your memory, this property is about 40 acres and it's located at 25 through 29 Haggis Parkway. So it would be the first, if you're coming up Haggis from Route 1 heading towards exit 42, it would be really the first stretch of undeveloped land to your right. This project, many of you weren't on the board then, but it had previously been into the planning board and in different iterations before the crash of 2006. And the applicant had actually gone ahead and got his MDEP site location and wetland fill permits. So those are actually still valid and they're draped over the site. But as you know, we're starting this whole process over. And really this project is just to provide a multiplicity of, appropriate uses to complement sort of the changes that we're seeing in the Haggis Parkway and Scarborough in general. It should be, it should provide some more area for some different things. We don't have any specific uses planned now, so we're just sort of rolling out different types of things that may occur, conversations that we've had. And really, without any specific uses, we have done the calculations to sort of back up the items in the master plan, which would be, we have 97 residential units based on the 5 units per usable acre. And as everyone understands, a residential dwelling unit in Scarborough was a 3-bedroom building. We have been talking about a number of different commercial uses that could happen here. Some positive conversations, but nothing set in stone yet. And obviously we know this is the next step. And any questions that you have on the application that you have before you, or just general comments on the most important thing is the site layout that you see before you now. Really, the site is constrained somewhat by wetlands, and I say somewhat sarcastically. Quite a bit of wetlands, but we do have some good swaths of uplands, and we'd like to fill them with tax-paying businesses.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Anyone else looking to present from your team?
No, it's just me tonight.
All right. We do have an opportunity for public comment this evening. If you would like to speak on this item, if you could please try to find the raise my hand feature on your Zoom functions. I'll give you a minute to try to look around and find that. Okay, I don't see any public comment this evening. Robin, would you be interested in starting this one?
I guess the applicant is just presenting this. They're not looking for approval tonight, correct?
No, the There's no rush to approval at this point. We don't have any specific site, site plan applications out there.
Okay.
Pending.
And
but-
with that said, Jason, and knowing that you do have, I'll just ask my standard question. When was the wetland delineation done?
Yep, so the wetlands were delineated in September of last year.
Okay. And has it been assessed for vernal pools?
Yep, we did a vernal pool assessment in May, the April, May of last year. And we're also doing another one now because we're out there with, I'm out at a different site. So nothing has changed. There's nothing significant or activity out there that we've noticed.
Do you have a general sense of how you'll manage stormwater management on site?
Yeah, so you'll recall we did the Foley's Fitness site, which actually was originally part of this whole parcel for the applicant. With areas that are shallow to groundwater and relatively flat sites, we do low profile, low impact development, BMPs, a lot of gravel wetlands, a lot of bioretention filters, nothing deep because you can't outlet it. And they would be done specifically, each site would have its own organic, stormwater treatment system. The infrastructure, the roadway, you'll see some areas for stormwater. We probably tuck them at the low points at the end of the road. We may even break it up and to do, some more creative things with the stormwater because they just, I said, we can only go so deep.
Do you anticipate the road through being curb and gutter or just runoff? Yes. You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
And likely that road is going to be built up quite a bit, so we'll bring in a good amount of material. So we'll get that road nice and high to keep that, keep those road bases dry.
Okay. And do you anticipate having many unsuitable soils on site?
No, so it's your standard, Scarborough clays. So there's nothing really out there that I would consider unsuitable for building, a road on. But when we get to the foundation designs, that'll be a different story.
And where do you generally put the unsuitable soils? Or where does the developer and applicant anticipate putting the unsuitable soils under foundations that were removed from foundations?
Yeah, so foundations would probably be either, your structural foundations for lightweight fill underneath them, or anything that's unsuitable will get hauled off and taken to a pit that accepts that. We wouldn't leave any stockpiles of crappy clay around it. We'd haul it off if we had to.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Robin. Jennifer, you want to go?
Sure. I don't have too much to add, other than I just look forward to, seeing these site plans as they develop further. And I do think it's great at this point, the inclusion of, or the intent to include some of these, a trail network. And just sort of anecdotally, as someone perhaps the rest of you can relate, who has been using more and more of Scarborough's trails lately, we really have some great spots. And even though some of them are small and not necessarily part of overall networks, but with a couple of public parking spaces here and there, it is just a really nice amenity to kind of be able to go and walk around. So I look forward to seeing that fleshed out too.
Thanks, Jen. Rachel?
Yeah, a couple of things. One, I see that we still have that mystery residential building on this plan, and I want to confirm again that lot, see if I've got it here, lot 7 is actually not part of what you're looking for approval on?
No, that is, so if you look at, if I could request, dear Angela, sort of, so the thick dashed black line,
Yeah,
yeah, that's all, everything within that is, yeah, part of the application. And then if you're referring to lot 7, you're referring to the site that's currently been under the review for, I think it's a restaurant. The one to the right, yeah, right there.
yes, but the building to the left of it.
Yeah, no, that is part of the contiguous land holdings of the applicant. Yep, that's part of that is part of the parcel. The reason it's disconnected from the rest of it is that there's really, it's already approved with an entrance off of Haggis Parkway. So there is significant MDOT permitting that has happened with this project. It has since expired because it was MDOT now writes their permits that they actually have a time limit on them if you don't get to do certain things. So, but the Haggis Parkway is an access controlled highway that is owned by MDOT. And so that lot that you're talking about, lot 7, that is actually served by the driveway that is to the north of it.
All right, for the properties we're gonna review later, the borough.
Yes, yep.
Okay. Then I guess I have a question about why, what have you thought in terms of a connection to Enterprise Business Park? It
Yeah,
appears
so-
as though the road is curving to the right, whereas if it curved to the left, it would be able to join the Enterprise Trail there.
Yeah, so I also represent Mr. David Miley, who owns Enterprise Business Park, and we've talked back and forth about we actually have some things kind of in the hopper for him, looking at what's called, that section's called phase 3 of Enterprise Business Park. And we're looking at reconfiguring some lots in there for potentially a larger user. So that connection, as it's shown now, really is sort of up in the air. But I would note that what we're trying to do is take the Enterprise Business Park connection to Route 1 that's shown on this plan, take that out completely, because that's a right in, right out only. And just from safety perspective, and as an engineer who's been practicing for a while, I just don't agree with those. So we've been trying to get David to maybe have Enterprise Business Park have an outlet all the way up to Haggis, excuse me, from phase 3 of Enterprise, and eliminate that secondary Route 1 access. So I wish I could give you more information, but it hasn't really been filled in yet as what's going to go on in that connection.
So as the design of the road as you've got it right now, where it ends, it's actually facing the possibility of the connection?
Yes.
Okay.
It would require Enterprise Business Park to redo their right of way to connect to it. Yes.
Okay. All right, I really don't have any more questions. I would like to, interested in seeing how this comes forward. I'm interested in seeing certainly commercial lots first on the burner rather than residential, because
Sure.
while we may need residential, we need the commercial, and it's a lot easier to sell, to me, at least on the planning board, the ability to build a residential, to put in a residential building when you've already demonstrated that you've got commercial there for square footage to balance against the residential square footage. So for
Sure.
me, phasing is going to be very important because of that 60-40 split.
Yep. And I'll design anything they put in front of me. So yeah, hopefully we'll get some commercial up here soon. Yep.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Rachel. Roger?
Yes, Jason, on the those paths, are they existing right now?
Somewhat. So the site had been logged some time ago, and so there actually is sort of a sort of natural paths out there, typically from the logging approaches and everything.
Right.
The paths we're showing would be more organic, and maybe I can get you pictures of what those look like. Because they're through wetlands, we can't add material to them. So what they tend to be is wet most of the time, but you can take down anything smaller than, I believe, a 3-inch caliper tree. So we would work with the, the existing logging disturbances and make a path network. And that's actually something I plan to go up and just GPS someday and then have them in there, and then we'll work off that.
Okay, and and there's also going to be a 10-foot wide path along the parkway.
I'm glad you brought that up. So this is kind of, every artist has their favorite song or whatever. I'm doing a lot of work on Haggis Parkway now, past and future and present. And I'm of the firm opinion, and I know town staff has heard me rail about this. Haggis Parkway really needs a separated multimodal pedestrian path. There's got to be a connection between, what could happen with this parcel, what's going to happen eventually when the Downs punches out. We got Foley's Fitness out there. We have salt pump climbing. I believe there are a couple of other large applications on the other side of Haggis Parkway currently. And we also have the Beacon Apartments. And just working out there, I've seen a lot of people sort of walking down the side of the road, running down the Holy Donut. It really is a safety issue for me, kind of being out there, that I think there needs to be a sort of a town-wide look at getting a path separated from Haggis Parkway that will connect all of these developments: Enterprise Business Park, Scarborough Downs, this one right now that you have in front of you. And I continue to push for that when I talk to DOT or, any sort of other projects that we have.
So this one, the way you have it laid out here, would actually go up to around where Foley's is located?
Well, we don't control that frontage between.
Right, I understand that, but that's.
Yeah, but honestly,
that's a dream though, right?
Yeah, that's the dream. And if we have to build our portion on our frontage, that's what we'll do. Yeah.
Okay. And the area that you have currently, where you have residential, is that primarily because, is it the intent to do some residential in there, or if you had your druthers, would you do all commercial?
So that's an interesting argument. The reason that's residential is we've done some concept development for someone who specifically wants to do residential in that area. It's not a project yet for us. It's not on a contract or anything crazy like that. But so that's why because that request was in as we were doing this, that's why I created that. But my personal opinion is that the residential wants to be tucked in the back. I do what they tell me to. So
okay.
Nothing's set in stone. That could very easily end up, especially with the development of the parcel next door. It may very well be that someone comes up and says, hey, I've got this great idea. I need a small lot with access off of Haggis that's got some visibility that would be commercial. So the whole idea behind this master plan is that because it's multiple users coming in, the master plan is going to be more sort of, able to be, mutated a little bit as we go along. It's not one developer looking to build all these uses, and he controls everything. So things could hop around as time goes on.
Sure, yeah, sure. And I know it's a challenging piece of land too because of all the wetlands.
Yes, yeah.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger.
Thank you, Roger. Rick Munking.
No, the only thing I had written down was that shared access into lot 7, but that got answered thanks to Rachel. So I don't have anything else to add or comment on.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah, I think they've pretty much covered it. I think we all wait to see what happens next with this. Just making sure staff gets what they need, especially as it comes to the breakdown between residential and commercial.
Yes.
Yep. And just kind of keeping an eye on your design standards as we go through the process. All right.
Sure. And currently, just wanted to bring up real quick, Jamel noticed, the flexible design standards. At this point, I don't foresee installing those because it's not one comprehensive single developer coming in. If that changes between now and then when next we submit, then certainly I'll put that in there. But I think we would stay with the, your standard meat and potatoes, what you've got is on the books is what we're going to do. But other than that, yeah, I think it was some good feedback, and we'll get this turned around with and address some comments.
All right, thanks, Jason. Good
Thank
luck.
you very much.
I do have one other request of Jason.
Go ahead, Roger.
Can you do the prints in regular size instead of these big sheets?
I'll do them any way you guys want me to. So
Maybe the others prefer the big sheets. I don't know.
yeah, no problem.
All right, thanks, Jason. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too. Bye, guys.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, next item on our agenda tonight is Valentine Development LLC requests a site plan review for lots 128A, 128B, North Village, Assessors Map R73, Lot 21A. Jamel?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As a reminder, this project's in the TND zoning district, located just to the north of the existing Eastern Village subdivision. So the applicant was last before the board in early March. As a reminder, the applicant's proposing to construct 5 3-story multifamily residential buildings consisting of 84 apartments served by a public street. The proposal also includes garages, a community building, dog park, nature trails, and a new public street with sidewalks along both sides. So since your last review in March, the applicant has made some modifications to the project, including additional plantings and screening provisions along the project's southerly boundary and a reduction in ridgeline height of building number 7 from 45 feet to 39.5 feet. So staff has recommended that the applicant discuss these modifications with the board this evening. As requested, the applicant did meet with staff since the last review by the board to discuss the updated phasing plan for the Eastern Village subdivision and the remaining elements to be completed. The applicant has included an updated phasing plan with these materials. To address the concerns the board has heard to date, staff has recommended that the applicant complete specific phases and elements within this Eastern Village prior to the issuance of a building permit in North Village or opening up any new phases within Eastern Village. These specific recommendations have been included in the staff review memo, and the board should be sure to discuss this updated phasing plan with the applicant this evening. The applicant also included a proposed sequence of construction for the North Village project. Staff has recommended several revisions to this sequencing plan. Again, these specific recommendations are in the staff review memo. And the applicant should discuss these with the board this evening. There are some remaining legal elements that were raised by the board last meeting related to the maintenance responsibilities for Camden Street, the public easement for the proposed nature trail, and the conveyance of stormwater from the project into the Eastern Village stormwater system. The town's attorney did meet with the applicant's attorney as requested to discuss these elements, and there is some consistency on an approach. As requested, the applicant did provide additional information in regards to these elements with the materials and should be prepared to discuss these legal elements with the board. The applicant also modified the lighting plan to include an evening plan and a night plan. Staff has noted that the dimming time for the lights should be 9 p.m. instead of 10 p.m. And staff did receive letters from the public leading up to this meeting. And those have been distributed to the board and the applicant leading up to the meeting. At this point, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jamel. And for the applicant, I have Mr. Bushy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Jamel. You can hear me all right? I have with me Carrie Anderson and Scott Anderson, and we will be sharing a screen when the moment comes. And you'll also see Sean McGilvery, our architect, is joining us from Massachusetts online. So much appreciated. I do have just a few slides to go through and then a collection of the plans. You folks have seen these a number of times, but I wanted to go through relatively quickly, just some overview of the things that have happened and changed and the things we've tried to address, and then we can get in specifically to some comments that both Carrie and Scott would like to make. So if I can share my screen here. So North Village, again, you have Carrie and I, and we've appeared before you folks a number of times, but I wanted to give you a quick rundown, going with the topics, beginning with stormwater and just outlining the fact that we did get a DEP approval for the North Village, and to point out that, again, our best management practices specifically to the site include porous pavement, drip edge filters, and that all of the 4-acre North Village area drains to the existing Eastern Road wet pond that is part of the Eastern Village. And that will be a bit of a topic, I'm sure, in the upcoming discussion with Scott and Carrie. Buffering wise, we have done what we feel to be a substantial number of changes, and you'll see in the landscape plan here in a moment, the revisions that we have made. We've done a number of plantings to try to improve the screening along several of the adjacent residential properties. We've made some changes to building number 7, and Sean may speak to that, as well as Carrie, and specifically that relates to a reduction in the building height for that building. Also added buffering plants around HVAC units and around the parking lot areas. So, I'll note, I think we've got a fairly robust planting plan, nearly as many trees as we have open parking spaces and covered parking spaces in the parking lot. So we changed the sequence of construction. At an earlier meeting, you'll recall there was a fair amount of discussion about how the project would be constructed and where access would be coming from. And at this point in time, the applicant has committed to constructing the North Village effectively from Ward Street. And that's going to require that they move their existing garage shop space that they're using and have been using for a period of time now to build the Eastern Village. And the owner is committed to taking that down to allow that access to construct the North Village. He'll speak in a little bit here in regards to what that implies, and in particular, a couple of the suggested conditions from staff in regards to the trail construction and so forth. But by and large, we feel that's a pretty substantial change in terms of getting this North Village area constructed, and that the primary focus will be construction traffic coming back and forth from Route 1 and using Ward Street. Similarly, on the access to Ballantyne during that construction period, we're committed to providing a gate control there to limit the amount of construction traffic onto Ballantyne. Architecture wise, and Sean will speak to this in a little bit, but a number of different changes were made to address comments that we heard from staff and the board, including building colors, gables, and again, the ridge and eave heights for building number 7 and lowering those and lowering that scale, and then shifting some building locations to provide some improved separation from nearby residential abutting properties. The lighting Jamel mentioned, we're committed to providing lighting that satisfies all the town standards using the town fixtures and the dimming provisions for 9 o'clock. Then sidewalk, we're committed to providing a sidewalk up Ward Street on the north side of Ward Street, extending from North Village all the way to Route 1. And included with that would be a new crosswalk. There's a crosswalk today across Route 1. There would be another set of pedestrian heads and push buttons for somebody crossing our sidewalk on Ward Street to get to that Route 1 crossing. That involves another pedestrian head installation and some improvements to the curb lines along Route 1. And finally, the next piece is the nature trail and amenities. We've committed to putting in a public access trail that will extend from Classical to Ward Street. And that'll be another piece that both Carrie and Scott can speak to, as well as improvements including a number of benches and then electric vehicle charging stations in response to some board comments that we'd heard about those particular features. The staff comments, as they were outlined here, I just wanted to bulletize those in as the discussion pursues here tonight. We can maybe come back to this if we need to, but basically the staff had suggested the discussion of the plan changes, which I've just gone through, updating the photometrics plan for that 9 p.m. Start time for dimming the lights. And then the construction sequencing piece is certainly a topic to have Carrie and Scott certainly speak to. I think Carrie's got some things there that he'd like to lay out in terms of ideas and thoughts for board consideration. Similarly, talking about construction phasing for a few remaining items that are involved with the earlier phases of the project. Scott is here to talk about some of that legal discussion, including street acceptance and the public easement and stormwater management pieces, to which he has provided information to the board. And then I'll note there was a provision here on the waivers. My understanding was that I think 2 meetings ago, the board had considered the waivers and taken action on those. Certainly happy enough to revisit that if we need to, but we're hopeful that the waiver, the 2 waiver requests we had previously discussed are acceptable to the board. And then the staff had outlined the remaining elements to go through in terms of peer review pieces, traffic road impact fee, and road design. Certainly we're committed to providing a full pavement width. They noted that the beginning of Camden Street should have a full paved surface width, and we're certainly fine with that. Again, I have a number of plans here that can be gone through, but here's the site plan. Perhaps for those who are in the public viewing this now, we have Ward Street in the beginning of the project here, the 5 residential units beginning with number 29, number 24, 21, 13, and 14, and 17. Number 13 is the community center, and then the connection to Ballantyne Drive. This generally shows you the layout of the site. Here's our landscaping plan. Just wanted to emphasize placement of tree plantings here, certainly along the southerly side of our development. We've tried to emphasize a fair number of tree placements here, and I think this is certainly in response to things that we've heard from staff, the board, as well as members of the public. One of the items that we had talked about at the last meeting was the placement of a garage here as well. Earlier versions of the plan had a garage moreover on this side, so we decided to put a garage here to try to provide some buffering from the view of any parked vehicles. I'll note as well our grading was modified to try to provide a bit of a berm area in here along with those supplemental plantings. We think that that's gone a long ways to help with the buffering and screening. The plan also shows that we've shown a number of plants and perennials that'll be planted along the edges of various parts of the parking lots, leaving some spaces for some snow removal opportunities. This plan also depicts limits of existing trees that will remain. And we feel in many of these cases, certainly this area here, it's got a fairly robust area of natural tree growth that will remain. So we believe that that, along with the new tree plantings, will be a substantial improvement. The Camden Street will be lined with street trees. So that's, we think, a nice feature. Here's the trail component going from Classical to staff's comments about the positioning of the trail. Today, there is a construction road that connects up to Ward Street, and we had suggested that the trail could be off to the side of that. I think staff's comments have been more along the lines of perhaps centering the trail within that existing road. The rest of that road will be restored with vegetation long-term once the trail goes in place and that road is no longer used for construction access here, at least for North Village. So that'll be a completed piece, and we don't have any particular issue with a subtle realignment of this trail piece to stay away from the ditch along the easterly side of that path today. We do have the 7 Camden Street plan, and again, I can have Carrie or Sean speak to this, but this shows how the roof line was lowered a bit to address some questions and comments about building height. And then here's the Ward Street plan, just so you're understanding here, working with the town's Public Works Department, who are looking to repave Ward Street. The applicant here will be constructing a 5.5-foot wide sidewalk and curb along the north side of the street. There will be some drainage features that will be added. There's not really much for drainage along Ward Street today. And then up on Route 1, there will be some reconstructed curbs and some concrete area to construct the pedestrian crossing push button activated signals that will all be coordinated with the traffic signal that is there at Route 1 and Ward Street. And then I have a number of the other plans that if we need to, we could get to those, including the phasing plan. And I know there's been some discussion about phasing, so I have that there. But I will go back to, for the time being, the landscape plan. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Scott to say a few words in regards to a number of the legal items, and then followed by Carrie.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Stephen. Good to see everyone. We're engaged in 6-foot social distancing in a conference room and sharing a camera, and I'm not going to touch the mouse, so I don't have any slides, so that'll work out okay. Good to see you all. Just a few brief comments on some of the issues that kind of tend more towards the legal side. Thanks to staff and the town attorney for working with us since the last meeting on the issues about Camden Street and the public easement. We agree that those are some of those details we think we can work out with staff to finalize that. I think the second real issue is stormwater. I just want to spend a couple minutes on that piece, because there's a kind of a technical piece, and then there has been a lot of public comment and also comments submitted by attorneys for both some of the residents in Ballantyne Place. I think everyone understands that Kerry and the applicant here have the legal right of access to 2 ponds, one at Ballantyne Place and one in Eastern Village. There's actually not a tremendous amount of stormwater that will be going to the Eastern Village pond. And in fact, when North Village is done, it's actually going to reduce stormwater flows to the Ballantyne Place pond. But I think folks are pretty much understand that Kerry has a right to access those. There's been a question raised, okay, what happens in Eastern Village when the road system and the pond are conveyed to the Eastern Village Assembly? You know, at that point in time, Kerry will retain an easement so that he has access to that pond. There's been some discussion about like, how do we really capture that now? And I talked to the town attorney about that. From a real estate perspective, it's difficult because Kerry owns all of the land, and he can't really give himself an easement to land that he has or an option. We think it would be somewhat implicit in any approval. When you've got stormwater ponds, you've got to keep both the right to use them and the right to clean them up and maintain them, or you're not going to be in compliance with your permit. But if the board is looking for a little more specificity, we could have some conditions that made it very clear that when land in the Eastern Village is ultimately conveyed, that Kerry will retain an easement to continue to use that stormwater pond. We think that's the best way to deal with it. And again, it's kind of difficult for us to give ourselves an easement when we own all the land currently. The other big issue that has come up has to do with the allocation of costs, and really 2 points to make on that. One, the numbers that we're talking about are fairly small. Not only is North Village not contributing a significant amount to these ponds, but the annual upkeep on these ponds is not significant, $1,000 a year spread amongst everyone. So there's not a lot of money at stake. But my only concern is that in the comments that have been submitted to the board, what I read is folks that are living in other developments that are not part of this, reaching out to the board and saying, hey, can you help us sort out how we're going to share these expenses? Or our declaration over here is a little confusing. We don't understand. Would the planning board please help, or essentially private parties, figure this all out? That always concerns me, because essentially it sounds like folks are coming to you saying, hey, can you help resolve what might be a private dispute under some private agreements? That is certainly not something that anyone should ask you to do. Kerry will be working with the two groups to figure out how to share expenses. And again, they're not significant, but we think it's entirely appropriate for the planning board to say, do you have the right to use these ponds? The answer is yes. Will you keep that right forever? Yes. And you can tattoo us with a condition to make sure that's the case. And of course, we're going to make sure that they're maintained. But going to this kind of issue of who's paying which portion and who's going to help work that out, we're confident we can sort that out, and we don't think it's appropriate to kind of bring the board into that discussion. The third thing that has kind of popped up is this phasing issue. And we've gone through staff's comments and look at the individual pieces. We appreciate that, you know, this project is being done by a developer that has done others, but it is a separate and independent project. With regard to the individual phasing items that staff had recommended be completed before we could essentially commence the development in North Village, we think the phase 2 item, which is the Bessie Square Pond, is appropriate to be resolved and finished and completed right now. So we think that is fine to have that as a condition, that before we commence construction in North Village, we would address that phase 2A item. There's been some hang up with the DP and some changes to the design, and we've been waiting to make sure that we did those changes once, but we agree that's one that should happen right away. I think for the remaining ones, the concerns raised about them fall into 2 categories. These are parts of other developments in which there aren't concrete timelines or permit requirements, or the argument is not, hey, Kerry's in violation of his other permits because he hasn't done X, Y, and Z by a certain date. All of these tasks are in the works, but again, they're not part of this development. So I'd be concerned if, again, the planning board is asked to either take a look at other permits or other projects and try to kind of bring in some of those components here, or reopen those other permits and start putting deadlines where no deadlines exist. So other than the phase 2A, we think that it's not really appropriate to kind of go back and look at some of the other permits that were authorized. Also, some of the public comment on this from the abutting property owners seems to be that that they've got some disputes with Kerry or misunderstandings about what was going to happen when. And again, that kind of falls into that bucket of, if people have private disputes, they've got to sort that out. They should try to work them out together. And if not, they've got to go find a way to sort them out. But it's not really appropriate to ask the planning board to intervene and try to address issues that pertain to other developments. Certainly, if staff has identified a task that should have been done under the terms and conditions of a prior approval, normally you'd flag that for the code officer. The town's got performance guarantees to cover that, and it would be sorted out that way. We're just a little bit concerned about kind of these old projects and old permitting conditions and the phasing being kind of brought into this development where it is a separate development. Having said that, of course, happy to answer questions about the phasing and what we think the timing is, and Kerry is the best person to talk to those things. I think the last thing that jumped out at me was this question about lot 140. I don't get the sense that staff was too concerned about that, but as the board, I think, knows, there is an application pending for some changes to access to lot 140. We've tried to design the nature trail in a way that we could go to that other project later on. But I guess I want to make sure that we're perfectly clear. We're asking for approval for North Village now. Whatever gets approved and the location of the trail that gets sorted out, that's going to be the law of the land. And whatever happens with lot 40, 140 would happen later. And obviously we would have to work with whatever terms and conditions you folks thought were appropriate for North Village, and we're willing to live and die by those. So that's a separate application. We don't think there's much to do with that. I think that's it as far as kind of like big picture things. I'm gonna turn it over to Kerry to let him address a couple of points that he may have, and then we are all here along with Sean to both listen to additional public comment and respond to any questions that you folks may have. So thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Scott.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yeah, just a couple of things that came through in staff comments about construction, kind of sequencing for North Village and when certificates of occupancy should be issued and things along that line. One of them is the construction of the nature trail between Ward Street and Classical Lane should be completed prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. We'd ask that that be the last certificate of occupancy. Given that we've rearranged the construction of the project to now come in off of Ward Street instead off of Ballantyne, and the fact that we're going to need to take the garage down and have an area where we can have a laydown yard to work out of, it really does two things. It creates, first off, an unsafe condition, having people walking up through there while we're completing, construction with heavy equipment and whatnot. But it also is, we're over there doing work that we really don't need a trail that goes through there that gets kind of somewhat torn up so that we can go and, restore it a second time while we're trying to worry about people traveling through there and keeping people safe. So we'd ask that that be the last certificate of occupancy rather than the first. The second thing is the installation of the signal crossing equipment at Route 1 states that it should be completed prior to the issue of the first certificate of occupancy. This is a little bit problematic in that when that work needs to go down, it needs to kind of be coordinated with the town of Scarborough. And when they're going to do some of their work on Ward Street, we're happy to work, beside them, right after them. The sidewalk will be essentially going in after the town does some of the work that they have to do. And given, the town may not do it this budget year, may push it off till next budget year. I just really don't think that we should be tied to something that's outside of our control in that regard. So we like to see that go away completely. And if not, at least be tied to the last certificate of occupancy when we're projecting about a 12-month time frame to complete the North Village project. So by that time, hopefully the town will have done their work so we can complete our work, which coincides with that. The next item is the construction of the dog park and associated nature trails should be completed prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for building 29. So I'm not sure where the building 29 is in the steps of completion per how that was originally laid out. But since we've changed and maybe the numbering was wrong, but since we've changed the construction to come in now off of Ward Street instead of off of Ballantyne, building 29 is the closest one to Ward Street on the southerly side. That'll actually be one of the first buildings to go. So we need that particular dog park and associated nature trail and I'm assuming this nature trail they're talking about in this one is the one that kind of weaves through the woods beside the dog park and whatnot. We need that to just coincide with the last certificate of occupancy of the last building. And that'll actually be building number 7 Camden, which is the one that's closer to Ballantyne Drive. So we just ask that the members of the board keep those in mind, and hopefully we can work through that. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Does that complete the presentation by the applicant?
Steve's coming back.
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Okay. At this time, we have opportunity for public comment. What you need to do is raise a hand, which I see some of you have already got the hang of. I'm going to do my best to call on you, and we're going to limit it to a 4-minute timeline. Maybe one of the staff, perhaps Jamel or somebody there that might have a countdown, and they can do the one finger showing. Unfortunately, my feed right now is not stable enough to include video, and I want the countdown. So when you have 1 minute remaining, somebody, Doreen or Jamel, you gotta volunteer. Jay is volunteering. Jay will be the person to look at when you have 1 minute left on your time, and at 4 minutes we have to move on to the next participant. We expect that there will be some public comment. I will say that I do appreciate many of you did submit written testimony, and having an opportunity for all of us as board members to see that ahead of time is helpful. So again, if you could just try to keep to the high points, we're going to get going, and keep an eye on Jay for your time. Thank you very much. The first person I will call on is just who's going to show up on my list first, and that is James Marshall.
Can you hear me, folks?
Yes, I can, Mr. Marshall.
Okay, thank you very much, folks, and thanks to the board for all of your help in this. I wanted to just say I appreciate the developers' work on the Ward Street entrance for the construction and the small design changes to building number 7. I would just ask that a community meeting be called because some things I think could be discussed that might help resolve some of the issues, so that we can have the kind of buildings or the kind of development which again complements the fabric that's already been established in Eastern Village. And what was proposed in the only meeting he had with us was a much smaller project, which had 2 buildings, and now it's gone to 5 residential buildings, and this was in 2019. And I feel like a lot of us don't understand why we would love to have had better idea from the beginning of the size and scope of this project. So again, it went from 2 buildings to 5 buildings that was presented to the planning board. Something similar happened in South Village, where we saw in the papers something that was very different in all the press about South Village than what was proposed to the planning board and passed by the planning board. And I guess it falls under the old adage of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And I feel like the lack of public communication, community communication with us about this project and the size and the scope of it really broke trust, in my case anyway, that the developer would really fulfill the vision of Eastern Village, because what in Southern Village did not complement or integrate fully with the design scheme in Eastern Village. And I'm not opposed to having rental apartments. I would prefer to see something that is better integrated into the existing community. Finally, I think that if the developer does not want to meet with us, and if he does not want to do a redesign, I would just ask, or again, have a design scheme that better integrates with the neighborhood. I would just ask that building 7 be moved to lot 25, which is at the end of Ward Street. And that would be a simple way to reduce the footprint or pull the footprint away from the abutting neighbors. And that, again, more robust buffering and berms be used as well. I really appreciate all of your time, and those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Up next, I have Paula Sorrentino. Okay, Paula, did we lose you? Paula, are you there? All right, Paula, we'll come back to you, okay? We're gonna move on to Mr. Robert Mood. Mr. Mood, could you hear us?
Yeah, I saw that I got a additional warning to unmute. So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Robert Mood at 26 Valentine. Thanks for the opportunity to get to speak with you tonight. You know, clearly the developer is trying to address some of our concerns with some of the recent modifications around the design of Building 7. And I acknowledge and I appreciate that, but for me, it really doesn't go to the proximity issue. You know, when Steve was just presenting the diagram, you know, I kind of step back and look at that, and I don't know how you can't see the tremendous imposition that that building, you know, places on us, the abutters to this development. You know, I offered a number of options that we could think about for ways in which we could, you know, move this, right? You just heard Jim Marshall talk about lot 25. You know, I mentioned an option of potentially pivoting that into the community center, or, you know, what's the difference between 84 and 72? Take away one of these buildings. Well, tonight I was thinking about another because, you know, we've heard a lot of talk about the dog park. The town doesn't have an ordinance for the dog park. I don't know how the town can safely govern that amenity. You know, I read the animal control ordinance, and it doesn't cover some of the basic things that a dog park might have at issue. How many dogs can be in the dog park at one time? Are there going to be several separate spaces for large and small dogs? What happens if an aggressor dog injures another dog? What do you do? What's the process? You ban that dog? The board, you only seem to care if there's some benches in the dog park. The dog park should be removed from the plan. If you did that, you would have additional non-wetland development space, again, contiguous with the primary development space of the property. And that could alleviate what you see when you step back and look at this plan. Again, it's the proximity of that building. Again, I appreciate the attempts at some of the design changes. I have some hope that the developer is trying to help us out here. But we have to take a serious look at the proximity of the building, and that's what I ask of you tonight. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mood. Paula, we're going to try you again. Paula, can you hear us? Hello, Paula. No, just having some trouble with the audio, I suspect. We're going to go on to Natalie Burns.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Hi, Natalie. Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name's Natalie Burns from Jensen, Baird, Gardner, and Henry. I'm representing Nancy Pack and Jim Marshall of 7 Inspiration Drive. Like everyone else, I want to thank the board. I know you've had a really long meeting over 2 nights, and we appreciate you taking time to hear from us again. I sent you a rather lengthy letter, and I'm certainly not going to go over all of those points again. One thing that I did want to address tonight is that we get conflicting messages about whether North Village is part of Eastern Village. whether it's part of the EVA. We recognize it's not part of the Eastern Village Assembly. It is, however, part of the overall Eastern Village subdivision plan. It is phase 8 in that subdivision plan. It shares facilities, it shares access, it shares many things with other parts of the subdivision. It's very important that the board have a good understanding of how things are going to work, how the shared stormwater is going to work, because it impacts the approvals for those phases, and it also impacts those who are going to be responsible for them. For Ballantyne Place Pond, that is the condominium association. For Eastern Pond, that is the EVA. And we are not asking that the board try to come up with a solution to these issues. We are saying, though, that the board does need to know what the solution is. And those solutions will be reached by a meeting of the parties to these various agreements, to the easements, the people who are going to be the owners, and saying that this will be resolved at a later time, I do not believe is an appropriate position for the developer to be taking. This board has to be assured that the stormwater is going to function as proposed and that there are not going to be disputes among the neighbors with people pointing fingers at each other when there's a problem. The town needs to know who's responsible and who's going to be maintaining things. And we would ask that you delay approval of this until you do have something before you that shows how that's going to work. There could be a master development plan. There are a lot of different ways to do that. We're not asking you to propose how that's done, or the town attorney or anyone else. We are asking the developer to work with the people who are going to be responsible for these and to come up with an appropriate maintenance plan that provides for sharing of costs. The other thing that we wanted to talk about very briefly, and I talked about it at greater length in the letter, so I won't go on about it, is that the buffering plan is improved, gets a little bit improved every time we come. It still does not meet the requirements of the site plan ordinance, and we would ask that you require the developer to look more seriously at berms in additional locations. Yes, I see your finger, Jay. So I'm going to, again, thank you for this. We would like to thank the developer for having made changes to the plan. We think there are more that need to be made before final approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Nick, can I jump in for a second?
Yes, Angela.
I just wanted to point out, if anyone's having issues with the audio, you can actually call in as well. So I was hoping to, because I know there's been some issues.
Do you want the phone number is 312-626-6799. You know, maybe we can tape that on a screen somewhere. So if anyone's seeing it but is having trouble with their audio, they could always use that to call in. It's that, or it's on our town webpage. Is that correct? I believe so.
Nick, you seem to have that number readily available. Can you say it one more time?
I do, because I'm using it. 312-626-6799.
All right,
and I'll give the webinar ID. The webinar ID is 757-682-710. And if you use that, you should be able to get to the phone audio portion of it if you're having trouble using the computer audio.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
So I've just tried to replace my name with the numbers. Did I get those right, Nick?
You did replace those numbers. I'm going to read off the 757 just to double check because I got to switch between screens. 757-682-710. Yep, that looks correct. No, you get extra 7 in there, I think.
I felt like something was wrong there. Hang on.
Yeah, extra 7 in. But otherwise, well done. All right, Richard Hirschman. Hi, Richard. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now? I'm getting
We can hear you, Richard.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, my name is Richard Hirschman. I live at 8 Inspiration Drive in Eastern Village. I want to talk about the stormwater management ponds. We have some experience with this and how it works out and how it plays out. About somewhere between 6 and 10 years ago, when Carrie was finished developing Valentine Place, which is our adjoining neighborhood, he basically walked away from Valentine Pond, never telling anybody who was responsible for it. And to anyone's knowledge, nothing has been done with that pond. When Valentine found out about 2 years ago that they owned it and were responsible for it, they found out that it was going to cost $20,000. I believe that's the correct amount. I'm sorry if it's a little off, but about $20,000 to clean it up. And it would cost $1,000 to $2,000 a year to maintain it after that. But nothing has been done, and it appears that it's probably dead now. There seems to be no life in that pond. We are very concerned, and we really don't know how to go. We know that we're going to have to get some legal people involved in this, but our declarations, which are our homeowners' documents, refer to the planning board and to the town of Scarborough on several occasions as being a party to this. And so we are kind of looking to you to give us some guidance as to how we can make this work. You have suggested, and we agree, that we would love to meet with Carrie on these issues. The problem is Carrie hasn't met with a homeowners association for I believe it's over 3 years, with the exception of in October of 2018, when he presented his original plan for the apartments, which has no similarity to what he is proposing now. And he has commented on that there weren't a whole lot of people who objected to that at the time. And that was because it was a reasonable plan with many fewer buildings. And that's been referred to as well. North Village, while it may be a separate development, is still under the umbrella of Eastern Village TND. And so we're all in this together, and we would like to work it out. We can't get Carrie to sit down and talk to us about things, and we can't get it worked out. I hope it doesn't get into a legal situation, but it certainly appears that it's going to have to, and that will be adverse to everybody's interests. We don't want to get stuck with having Carrie, thank you, Jay, at the end by saying, surprise, Eastern Village Homeowners Association, you now own the Eastern Village Pond, and you're responsible for everything that I have not done to it for many, many years, and you have to clean it up, and you have to bring it back up to stuff, and then you have to pay for all of it, including all of Eastern or North Village, which I built and I owned then. Now I don't own North Village anymore. I've sold it. I'm walking away. I'm moving to California, and I don't have to do anything anymore. So I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirschman. Portia Hirschman.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you again for making public comment possible. I know that this is not an easy process to work through. I want to say a couple things. First of all, a big thank you to staff for incorporating some of our concerns into the staff comments. We've come before you before because of our frustration about things not being completed in phases in a reasonable period of time. And it's particularly now during this time of a lot of children being home that we're really missing having green space. We live in a very dense neighborhood, and the park is not done, and kids are not finding reasonable places to play. And so that continues to be an issue in the completion of the park. But I'm also concerned about the stormwater management pond, and also how Eastern Village subdivision is different and what separates out North Village and South Village, when I think South Village is still considered a parcel under Eastern Village. But as regarding the cost for stormwater management, Scott said that the money is small, there's not a lot of money at stake, and called it a private dispute. But there is potentially a lot of money at stake. There are also DEP certifications and how all that process works. And I would hope that the town is concerned about what the future long-term maintenance situation is regarding these ponds. If it's not an issue, then I'm not sure why all the presentations are necessary. And I'm saddened by the lack of communication between Ballantyne Development and the homeowners. I think that some of this could be avoided if in fact that had happened, but we are where we are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Portia. I appreciate it. Nancy Pack.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, how are you? Good, so you can hear me. So thank you, Planning Board, for making public comments available, time for public comments to be available, and for your navigating a very unprecedented and using creativity to, be able to hear different projects. So I submitted a letter on the 20th, and I just want to headline a couple of comments from my letter to you. At the last planning board meeting in early March, the board had made several very specific requests to the developer, and I really want to focus on two. One, the developer was requested and required to meet with the planning board staff, as I understand it, that has actually happened. And I have seen the staff provide comments, which I wholeheartedly agree with, although there's still a lot to be addressed and a lot to be done. I do acknowledge that it's a first effort made to meet with staff. I think that's positive, but clearly a lot to be done still. And I think continuing to meet with planning board staff is really important to iron through. I think the second element is the developer was required to submit a detailed phasing plan. And when I think about that, here the developer has really not answered the board's request in terms of a detailed phasing plan. I vividly recall in the last meeting that there was a specific request for details, stages, phases, timing that was in the developer's mind, but it really needs to be laid out on paper. So, for me, the board, answering the board's request with a vague laundry list of items that the developer can or cannot complete for very unspecific reasons doesn't really satisfy or respond, in my view, to the board's specific request for detailed phasing plan. There's the request for that detailed phasing plan, in my view, can really only be addressed if the developer uses a project management phase approach. You have stage gates in any project, you have key milestones, you have very specific dates that a project is going to be completed. What specific steps are going to be taken? How long is each phase going to take? Who's going to be responsible to, to complete each phase? And in my professional view, in any professional project I've been part of, you have very, very specific stage gates, timing, who's responsible, when is a project going to get done? So, all to say, I really plead with the planning board to require that the developer answer all the planning board and staff's requests with completed due diligence before the North Village project really comes back before the board. I'm sure it is a lot of effort for you all to see this project over and over. Thank you, Jay. To see this project over and over. And I think once it's completed, once all the steps are taken, once the developer has met with neighbors, as was commended by the board for the Little Dolphin Drive project, which was lovely to hear that they had met with neighbors. All of that has to happen before you can get this project back in front of you to make the right and the pragmatic decision. So I really appreciate your time. I hope all of your families are safe and well, and look forward to seeing you all in person, hopefully soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I have Norma Weinberg up next.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I raised my hand because Paula had texted me that she was having audio trouble, and we were trying to figure out if she would speak on my phone to speak to you or if she's going to call in. I think she's going to be calling in. I just want to thank you again for all the hard work you do. I know it's not an easy job, especially with a development like this and with all the objections we are trying to raise. And I really hadn't planned on speaking tonight, so it was really to let you know about Paula. So hopefully she'll be able to get back into you now.
Hey,
Have a
Norma,
good
Norma, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Does she happen to be the 484 number?
Yeah, I was gonna say, she just emailed me, and we can, if you want, I can put her now.
Yes, she is.
Thank you, Norma, for helping out. I appreciate it.
Is she on now?
Hey guys, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Paula. How are you?
Oh, fine. Wow, sorry about that. I think somebody who's been in technology most of her career would get technology to work. Well, I'm going to try to make my comments brief, and I appreciate the time to provide some input, and certainly do appreciate all the time everyone is taking to hopefully bring about an equitable resolution to the type of housing that we do need in Scarborough and do need in this neighborhood. A couple of points I want to bring up. My letter kind of speaks for itself, so I won't get into the minutia. I find it interesting that when the South Village was submitted as a project, it was submitted as part of the Eastern Village subdivision plan, which, given the declarations of Eastern Village Assembly, makes it part of Eastern Village and therefore should be following the declarations as written. The same thing has been happening with North Village. It has been filed as part of the Eastern Village subdivision plan. It has been referenced as similar to Eastern Village, etc. So the biggest question that I have from that perspective is, are we using the Eastern Village subdivision plan for expediency to get projects through quickly? Because if we didn't, you would have to start at the beginning and perhaps there would be additional costs and work that needs to be done. Because I think that when we look at the subdivision plans that have been filed, we can pretty much clearly see both South Village and North Village are part of Eastern Village. And the reason that's important is because of the stormwater and the maintenance for common areas. As Mr. Bushy did indicate that, and I think we can all vehemently agree, that Cary has unfettered right to the Eastern Road Pond, Ballantyne Place Pond into perpetuity. Everybody agrees with that. Everybody agrees that in our declaration for Eastern Village so state that as long as we're in the development period, then Cary, or, and I don't want to use Cary's name, but Ballantyne Development is responsible for the care, feeding, and maintenance of that pond. However, the declarations also very clearly state that when full development is reached, which is when 90% of all parcels no longer belong to the declarant, AKA the developer, or sooner should the declarant choose to, the pond is turned over to the Eastern Village Assembly and will be responsible for its maintenance, upkeep, following best practices, etc. And although there are, perhaps we don't have the exact cost of what it will take for maintenance and upkeep of that pond, I assure you it's going to be more than $1,000. And I also would like to ask, why should only the Eastern Village homeowners have to be contributing to whatever those costs are when both North Village and South Village are using the pond? Regardless of how much stormwater they're putting into it, we are a neighborhood and all of those costs should be shared. Okay, I'll try to be quick here. The last piece is, I've worked with Cary on the board of directors. I've gone toe to toe with Cary on things, and I've worked with him and have enjoyed working with him, and think we've been able to make a difference in Eastern Village. But all of this that we're talking about today isn't about disputes personally with Carrie. This isn't about renters versus buyers. This is all about doing what is best for this community and candidly fostering Carrie's vision of a neighborhood and a village that encompasses all kinds of housing. And by doing that, people can move into this neighborhood from the time they're starting out to the time they retire and enjoy the community and the friends they make. I please encourage Carrie, Ballantyne Development, let's all sit around a table. I'm sure we can figure this all out, work together, and come to good conclusions on all of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Yep.
I have Tom Atkinson. Hi, Tom.
Yep. How's that working?
Good. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm Tom Atkinson. I live on 6 Audubon Way, which is part of Ballantyne Place. I'm the president of the HOA, so I'm not just representing myself. I'm representing everybody that lives in there. I also wanted to talk about stormwater and ponds, and I'm not going to repeat a lot of the comments that are already made, but I do want to say that ever since I've lived there, the Ballantyne Place folks and the Eastern Village folks have worked really well together to maintain Ballantyne Pond, because it does need help. The pond is filling in. It's getting very shallow in the middle. And while I'm not a pond expert, I know that's not a healthy pond. We've tried to engage Carrie in these activities over the last several years and have been totally rebuffed. So I'm not hopeful that somehow by kicking this can down the road, this will just simply get taken care of. So I would just ask that the planning board not wash their hands of this issue and that make it a condition of approval for North Village. The North Village water flows into Ballantyne Pond. Please don't ignore it. I also would like to hear a little bit about the plan that Laurel Palmer put together, stormwater management system operation and maintenance manual for stormwater facilities. And what that was a document given to the town in January of this year. Would like to understand why that document was created, what its status is. Would like to know who will be responsible for implementing it and who will be responsible for maintaining what appears to me to be a very robust plan. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you. Do we have any other members from the audience that wish to speak? I don't see any more hands up on the attendees board. Okay, Joan, I'm going to leave you to introduce your last name. Joan, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hi, Joan.
Hi, I unmuted myself. Okay, thank you. I live in Cedar Brook, so I'm not directly involved, but yet I do walk through that area. So I do have a couple of comments. The first is, do we really need more apartments in Scarborough? I don't know how many we've built in the recent years, but it sure seems like a lot. And of course, the impact on infrastructure and everything else throughout the town because of that. Another point that I have is in other meetings that I've attended in the past, and it has been a few years, so I will admit that. In listening to other developments, there's been a lot of talk about connectivity between, one part of the town to the other without, and so forth. And so I noticed on the plan that Ward Street is going to stop and that's it. And I just wonder why, because if you just talked about the Eastern Village is all one big community. So it makes sense if you look at Ward and you go down through Eastern Village, that's almost a straight shot. And yet this plan is shutting that off. And that just eliminates another possible connectivity, both to get to Black Point and to get up to Ward Street, which has a wonderful stoplight. It just does. I don't understand why the town or the planning board would approve making a dead end street when you have that connectivity to eliminate some of the traffic problems that we have, not only in Eastern Village, but on Black Point as well, if you want to turn left. So that's number one, or number two. Number three is, although I've heard a lot of talk about the pond, I listened to your on Tuesday night, and I had seen that this plan has what's called porous asphalt for the paving areas. Sounds interesting, but also it sounds like, because we're in Maine, we're going to have snow and ice and so forth. And somebody mentioned the fact that you really have to be careful with this porous or it loses its ability to percolate the water down. And and again, ultimately, if it isn't working, it's going to go down to the ponds that people are talking about. So I don't know, I guess I'm asking the town planning, which isn't what this meeting is for, but to think about, have we done this in the past, or is this brand new so we don't have any experience in Scarborough or even in Maine on how well this works? When I looked at the web, it says it should last for 20 years if done correctly, but they do talk about debris and cleaning and every 3 months and so forth. So is that the best way to handle what appears to be quite a bit of wetlands and the runoff that would be from this new development? And then when I looked at the plans, I didn't see all of the trees. So I do see that you're trying to do a little bit more with buffering. And I know in listening to you earlier today and also on Tuesday night, as a town planning board, you're very concerned about buffering and trees and so forth. If this is to go, I would like to hope that the trees would not be little 1-foot trees, that they would be tall enough so that in fact they would immediately do something rather than waiting 20 years. And I'm a walker, so yes, I'd love to see some trails at some point in time. I assume even though I don't live right there that I could use those. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Joan. Mr. Marshall, I see that you have your hand up. We usually only allow people to speak once at the meeting. And I don't know if you have another household member, so I'll just let you clarify for us.
I don't have another household member. I just wanted to point out one other thing, but if I don't have the opportunity to do that, I understand.
We'll accommodate a 30-second quick one. How's that?
That'd be great. So just in the phasing plan that was submitted to the town, many of the phases are not able to be completed because certain lots are not yet sold, but those are lots that are controlled, in my understanding, by the developer. So that's just one thing I want to mention, that sometimes a phase cannot be completed, not in all cases, but in a couple of cases because the developer owns those lots and he has not built on them yet. So I just wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Okay, I don't see any other hands up out of the audience. I'll give another quick second for anyone else still searching for that raise my hand button. Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone that's participated tonight. I know this is a new experience for a lot of you, and I think you did pretty well. So we're going to jump into the planning board discussion portion of this. And I want to clarify a couple things that I heard from staff on a couple of issues. I'm going to start with Angela. Got a quick question regarding what the applicant had mentioned for the signalization portion near Route 1. I know they hesitated a little bit, and I didn't know if you're not the right person to ask this question, please let us know. But could you help? Could you just help shed some light whether or not you think it's legitimate regarding the signalization portion of it, or if you think they can still accommodate it and still go forward? Just let us know your thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so we crafted it in a way the language says about signal equipment, and I understand Carrie's comment about the sidewalk itself, because the town is looking at redoing some of that roadway, and hopefully, as he said, we're not sure when that might happen, if it's this year, next year, or what. So understanding that could hold him up. That's why we specifically crafted that to say the signal equipment, because realistically, and looking at the plans that Goral Palmer provided, it really is adding pedestrian signal heads to existing poles that are out there, the mast arms at the intersection of Route 1 and Ward Street, as well as the push buttons to allow people to hit the crosswalk signal for that to come on. So it would be independent from the sidewalk itself. That seemed like a piece that could move forward before Public Works got in there to do any work with the roadway. So that's where we were trying to kind of separate that out from the sidewalk, and realizing that the town would then have to do a performance guarantee or some sort of thing to hold money for the remaining piece of that offsite improvement.
Thanks, Angela. Jen, I just saw you had a question on that.
Yeah, Angela, is there conduit that runs across the end of Ward Street? Do you know already?
No, yes, because it has a mast arm on that corner. So it must have conduit to obviously to feed all those mast arms.
Okay, thanks.
And then I have a question, and this might be actually more directed towards either Scott or Carrie, or maybe even Jay on this one. We had a question from one of the members of the public regarding the dog park, and that is my understanding that is on private property. So it is a private dog park, not a public dog park. Is that correct? I see Jay nodding his head.
That is correct, Nick. Just for those who aren't on video and can see head nodding, that is correct, that it would be a private dog park.
Okay, and so the town wouldn't have any ordinances or enforcement related to what goes on in there, or any liability for anything that occurs within its confines, correct?
That would be my understanding. And not too dissimilar, there have been some other projects where there were dog parks that were proposed as an amenity for the residents. And yeah, so I don't believe the town would have any liability if something happened in there. It would be on private property and privately maintained and operated.
Right, and I think this question, and this would either be for Carrie or somebody from the applicant's team. With that dog park, it is on private property, it's privately controlled, but are you opening it to the entirety of the Eastern Village subdivision, since there's going to be an adjoining walking trail there? Or is it specifically for the people in the Northern Village?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll just jump in. I don't think that has been completely nailed down. I don't think we have any objection to folks from East Village using it, but hadn't really kind of nailed that down one way or the other. I mean, I'll just offer up as a practical matter, it's going to be connected by a nature trail from Ward Street down to Eastern Village and up and over. People will have access to it. And right now there's no plans to, keep it private to the people that are in the development.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that on. And then, so I have a couple questions that we're gonna have to discuss as a board in general as we carry forward this discussion. I did want to just make a couple quick general comments here. First thing I think we should acknowledge is that the applicant and his team had, since we originally saw this plan, have made great strides within it to address not only this board's concerns, but the concerns from members of the community. And we do appreciate the additional efforts that continue to be made on those fronts. That is quite helpful. I think based on what I've seen, and I know we've reviewed this project plenty of times, I almost feel like I'll put this out there to start with as we begin the board portion of this question and comment section, but I feel like it might be necessary to really take the approach that we used with the cell phone towers. And I know there are members of panel and other people in the public that have been watching this that have been privy to that whole process. And that process entailed us before, and we looked, the public in the eye and said, before we take a vote on this one way or another on the plan that's submitted, we feel it's necessary that the public gets a chance to see what the draft motion would contain, the conditions that would be imposed, and allow them to really digest that. So there's no question about, either the transparency and I'll say this, there are quite a few things that I think typically this board would look at and say, yeah, we know staff can iron this out in the background with the applicant. And not to say that this couldn't happen here, But based on public interest, I would encourage the board to consider the same tactics that we used with the cell phone tower, which was let's craft it. Let's let the lawyers work out some legal language, and I'll get to that momentarily. There are a couple items that do need to be hammered out in writing and reviewed by not just our staff, but our legal counsel as well. And then that way, I think not only we as the board have all of that information, but people in the public know exactly what it is we're voting on. And I just want to get a quick thought from the board on whether that is a worthwhile approach in this instance, or if you want to just kind of carry on and let's see where the night takes us type of thing. So that would be the first question to the board is, how do you feel about that approach?
Nick, this is Robin, if I
Hi,
might.
Robin.
I think that is a very prudent approach, and I think it's very thoughtful on both parts.
Thanks, Rob. Roger, go ahead. Just have to unmute yourself.
Oh.
There you go.
I didn't do anything. Okay. I think that's a good idea because there seems, at least in my mind, there's still quite a few issues to be resolved. So I think that's a good idea.
Thanks, Roger. Rachel?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea as well. We have conflicting legal opinions, which you expect, as different attorneys representing different folks give their perspectives, and that puts the planning board in the position, a strange position. We're not attorneys, and that's not our role. So I think slow going forward and allowing the attorneys to see if they can work something out absolutely is the way to go.
Thank you, Rachel. Rick, I think I saw a head nod out of you, but just want to make sure.
Yeah, it'd be nice to actually see where we stand with all of the untied things and see if we can tie things up before we make, formal commitments to not only the developer, but also the neighboring folks that are parties to this.
And Scott, I know you're familiar with this process as well, and having been party to some of that the cell tower work that went on, and hopefully you agree that at the end of the day that did work out relatively well for parties involved. So appreciate your.
Yeah, and clearly, obviously, you've got a majority of the board members that want to make sure they understand what's in front of them, and there's some details. I think I'm fairly confident we can work through those to provide some clarity to the board. What I'm trying to do now is I'm thinking out loud is to try to figure out which items we might need direction from the board. My sense is that we can sort out issues having to do with the stormwater and these ponds. I think there's a lot of legal stuff there. But I think on the issue of the buffering, that's really much less illegal. Obviously, we feel like given the language in the code, we've more than complied with the planting plan, but some indication from the board that you're looking at it saying, okay, that seems good, I think would be helpful. So we don't have that open issue. And then I'd kind of looked at Jamal and Jay, if there are any other of these more discretionary things that you think it would be helpful to get some board input before we attempt to go kind of draft something that people would be comfortable at the next meeting.
I know from for the legal standpoint, I think we're looking really to kind of nail down the relationship between the parties involved, being Valentine, how it relates to stormwater, Eastern Village, really nailing down that language, which I think is very clear that we need to nail down. There's an easement, which I believe is involved with that same stormwater. And then there's like Camden Street maintenance agreement, which again, pretty standard. I think you already acknowledged it, curb to curb, but I think staff would feel more comfortable getting the legal team to make sure that everyone was on the same page with who's taking care of what and what scope. So those are the big ones. And I know Jay or Jamel would weigh in when they get back, or even Angela get back to you with other things that should be ironed out on the legal sense. And then I also think the board needs to provide clarity for not just staff, but for the applicant on the phasing plan. And that's, I think, something that we should probably just discuss now separately, and then we'll kind of jump into maybe a couple other issues that are the big ones. So in regard to the phasing plan, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the staff is recommended, is it 1 through 3A? Does that sound correct? Is it 3A? Yeah. So are items that we felt should be completed prior to anything really happening on the Northern Village front. And the board should weigh in on whether or not that is something we want to see as part of conditions for any draft language that would be put out there. So everyone, go ahead, Roger. Unmute. There you
I didn't do anything.
go. Jay's on you.
I remember one of the earlier presentations that Kerry made. In fact, it might have been one of the first ones on this particular project. And one of his the points he was trying to get across was how much of a demand there was for homes and units in Eastern Village. In other words, he was implying he can't build them fast enough. People want them. Okay. And when I think about this phasing situation and the problems that the lack of completing these phases just rub everybody the wrong way. I would like to have an explanation. If Kerry can't build these units fast enough because there's such a demand, why are there so many lots not built out and these phases closed out? There seems to be an inconsistency there. And I really think that we should require him to, under whatever mechanism we can, to get some of these phases completed and all the amenities associated with these phases completed.
And if I could just add a comment, I think the staff's comment anyway, or position on completing the phases would really be about sort of those amenities within the right of way and the other public amenities. It is often we see with developments that there are lots that aren't quite completed. So I don't think we're necessarily saying that every single, let's say there's 20 single family house lots in a phase. I'm just grabbing a number here. And 18 of them are complete and all the other amenities are complete. We're not saying that all 20 of the lots necessarily need to be built out, but it's all those common elements should be completed is really what we're referencing. I just want to be clear on that point for what it's worth.
Well, I would agree with that. I mean,
okay.
This seems to be such a bone of contention. I mean, every single meeting we have, this is one of the main elements that the residents complain about. And I think they have, it's a legitimate complaint based on what I've seen. And I say this, I'm sad to say this because I remember when this development was first being proposed, and I'm familiar with the other commercial developments Kerry had done in town prior to this. And I consider him somewhat of a visionary. And I think what he's done here so far in terms of the actual structures have been superb, other than South Village. All the other buildings have been excellent. And I'm just disappointed that this seems to be a continuous bone of contention, and it's I think we've got to do something, whatever we can do to get this resolved and get this off the table. I think most of the residents would understand if a lot here and there is not developed for whatever reason. But I would agree with Jay, and I think we should do whatever we can do to hasten this along.
Thanks, Roger. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned, though it's helpful, Jay, that you said that these elements were all of public, essentially public elements that you were talking about in those phases. Scott, I believe at one point you indicated that you didn't believe, or that it was your opinion that we did not have the ability to hold up, you didn't use those words precisely, hold up North Village because there were areas of the rest of Eastern Village that weren't completed. And if that is your position, I would like certainly a reading from the town attorney as to whether we have the ability to go forward and request that these public amenities or public facilities be finished prior to any building permits or occupancy permits for North Village. I would like to be assured that the planning board was doing what the planning board is able to do and authorized to do.
And if I just want to clarify one verb or word, I guess, I really meant common elements, less about public elements. I think
Right.
there is a difference there. And so I just want to not to
Okay,
get
and
not to get too nuanced, but sometimes that needs to happen.
Yeah, and no, and that's fine. I appreciate the clarity there. And I see Scott is looking as though he wants to say something.
Thank you, Rachel.
That's
Thank
me.
you, Jay. Yes, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree. If we have some time to work with the town attorney, I see lots of head nodding around this issue. And I, of course, I admit I haven't been here for all of these meetings. I think that probably there's two things that we should be doing between now and the next meeting. First, I think we might kind of take issue with the characterization of what hasn't been done and what hasn't been listened to and who hasn't been responsive. And we can put a little more detail, I think, on our view that, you know, we have been doing what we have been planning on doing and have been responsive to some of these other developments. I think going to Roger's comment, if the board feels strongly that there's something that should be done, notwithstanding that, it is an important question to figure it out. Is this the right forum for that? Or is there another forum? And I think there would be some benefit in checking with the town attorney. I can make my case, and if and when he disagrees with me, I will never make these arguments again. But I think we'll have an opportunity to talk about that. Just because there's so much attention on this, we want to make sure, you know, we're doing everything properly and that the board is weighing in places where it should and it can.
And I'd hate to jump in with the obvious. We're going to avoid all of that with just agreeing to do them. But that said, we can let the attorneys play. Robin, did you have anything you wanted to add, or Jennifer or Rick, to that discussion? Or do you want the attorneys to hash it out?
I really think this, you know, this unfortunately has become litigious, and I think we have to go that route. And I think, you know, I echo what Roger was saying with the disappointment that, you know, we've seen this come in front of us for years now and have been asking these questions for years. And the questions have been asked and, oh yeah, we'll get it to you. But then when we say, yeah, we need a phasing plan, and what was the other thing we asked for in March? For you to meet with staff. Why wouldn't you meet with staff on a regular basis? Just about every applicant does. And, you know, it's not for us to tell a landowner what to do, but you know, every time we hear from the public, there are more things that come up. And the one thing that I heard tonight that was kind of not necessarily new to me, but troublesome to me was the missing green space. But it sounds like, Jay, the list of things that you guys have for them to do would include that missing green space. And it's of concern to me for a number of reasons. One, because it is a common element that everyone should be able to take advantage of, especially now. But also, if the green space isn't there, what is there? Is it still disturbed soil? And are they complying with erosion and sedimentation control laws? You know, and are there more issues that need to be taken? We've asked for years about the stormwater management pond and whether it's been been taken care of. So I guess I'm going to leave it at that and say I fully support what my colleagues have said on the board. And Scott, I am so confident. I'm so glad that you are representing the developer here, because you've done a great job in front of the planning board before. And I know that you can do this with this client and project as well. And I guess one of the last things I'd like to say is that I really commend the residents and the abutters and all who have spoken today in such, they've thanked the applicant, they've thanked the town for listening to them, they've thanked the planning board, they've thanked the applicant, and some of them have been living there for 6 to 10 years waiting for this to happen. And let's move forward and let's be positive. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. All right, so I think we have a sense, unless Rick, you want to weigh in too, but I think we have a sense for what we're hoping to get out of the phasing aspect of this, where I think there's going to be, I'll just summarize, unless the applicant changes heart and says, yeah, we can do 1 through 3A, they're going to speak with legal counsel with the town and hammer out something for us to have to review. One way or
Nick, can I
another.
just add one other thing about completion of items? I listened very carefully and I didn't hear anything either from the applicant or from Angela's follow-up explanation that led me to think that the signal equipment at the end of Ward Street should wait for the rest of the road work completion. If the town's scope of work was, hey, we're doing a bunch of digging in this corner where this ramp is going to be built and we would be disturbing it otherwise if it was put in advance. And staff, please correct me if I misunderstood that, but I went back just now and looked at the plans for the end of Ward Street, including the notes that were included on them. And it's all talking about mounting equipment on existing poles, on poles and foundations that are already in place. So that doesn't seem to me like something that should be put towards the end of the development, because I didn't hear of anything that made it sound like we would be potentially disturbing that equipment through planned town work. And I do think it's very important, especially if there's going to be infrastructure built to support a pedestrian crossing at Route 1 with ramps and a crosswalk, that there be signal equipment to support that.
Thank you, Jennifer. Angela, did you want to weigh in on that again?
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, yeah, the equipment itself would go on the existing mast arms. I think obviously you need a landing typically when you turn those on, right? So there might be a delay with the ramps associated with the road project, because the project would be like curb line to curb line. So if we change this, say the elevation of the road, it's going to screw that up. But I think that equipment can be in place, and even if it's not turned on, it's there for as soon as we get that land. And it's only one landing really, because there's one on one side already, that you, at that point, you can turn on the signal, but then it's at least in place. And it would be an easier, quicker transition.
Okay, thanks. So sounds to me like staff is kind of sticking by their original recommendation. And there's another issue I think the board has to weigh in on, which is I heard the applicant say that they did not like the trail construction related to the certificate of occupancy of the first unit. They instead had hoped it would be the last unit constructed. And I think that if the build out plan, this is just my 2 cents, if the build out plan that Carrie had outlined for us, starting for Ward Street going down, it looked to me like that trail construction at least would happen by the second building. Not necessarily the last one built, but the second one built, as far as vicinity wise goes. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Wasn't that more a question of the numbering of the buildings? Where 29, building 29 was going to be the first one built, and in the wording, it said.
And I see Jamel, can you weigh in?
I believe that was the nature trail associated with the dog park, not the nature trail continuing at the end of Ward Street. So there's two separate trails. Does that help at all?
So and I'll ask the Scott if you could weigh in on this one real quick. Am I correct to assume that the building with the dog park in the parking lot there, is that on the schedule as far as it was outlined, possibly the second building constructed?
It is going to be a second building. Would it be helpful if we shared the screen so we could highlight or circle what we're talking about?
I think it should be building 7 instead of building 20.
Yes, please put that plan up for us, Jay.
I'll let Angela do that since she's quicker on the draw.
All right. So I guess it is building 29, but is that what you're referring to, Roger, when you say was it mislabeled?
Right, it should, I think, because building 7 is going to be the last one constructed.
But the parking lot for, is that 21's parking lot that's shared with 29 there?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I guess in the order of building, is it building 29 and then number 21 according to this plan set? Is that building 1 to be constructed and building 2 to be constructed? That's a question for Scott.
That's correct. I think our concern, and just to clarify, I think Jay had 2 different timing conditions. One was for the long trail going up to Ward Street, and the other one was the spur essentially going over to the dog park. Our concern with the timing on the main trail is that even though building 29 might be first, there's going to be construction activity and staging activity that are going to be happening in the vicinity of the trail because of how everything has had to be moved around and the building moved and the like. So to make the trail kind of, hey, it's got to be up and running before the development is built out and you're actually done, is going to create, we think, safety issues with what I think is the northern end of the trail, which is why we were suggesting that let's come up with a time frame. We appreciate the concern that it not be open-ended and it can happen years later. But we're thinking that due to safety concerns, it would be triggered by the issuance of the last certificate of occupancy, which means the major construction work is done and now the trail is safe to use.
And if I got a quick question on that one is, so that trail though, am I incorrect in saying that trail is actually currently being used though? It's just not finished? Is that?
Yeah, it's kind of a construction road right now. So it's being used, essentially on private property by heavier vehicles. The concern is what happens when we have individuals walking their dogs and walking about.
Okay.
If I may, I think in terms of in staff's memo, the timing, I think what we had looked at and were considering was that the first building would be getting its CO. The majority of the road work for Camden Road would be completed at that time, since that needs to be done for the CO to be issued for the first building. And so I guess, that's part of trying to appreciate exactly what the developer's plan is in terms of a lay down yard, what would be sort of left. So, I think we're certainly, staff's open to talking about the timing if the board is, but I think that was sort of our starting point of a conversation, our understanding of things. And so we're, again, we'll certainly work, with the developer but obviously at the direction of the board.
I think, I can also see the concern though, that when we do these plans, you don't know how long the full build out is. So making it the last CO, kind of leaves that up in the air for an indefinite amount of time. So I think we have to find some way around making sure that that doesn't happen. And, you know, is it the first CO? Is that the right answer? I couldn't tell you 100%, but I can tell you that I'm not comfortable with it being the last CO either. So
I propose maybe 50% done, then it falls in line.
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that's, I mean, I can understand if there's a safety concern as well. So I think there's got to be some negotiations where both the applicant and staff is comfortable and that we're, you know, also doing right by the people, you know, residing in the area, making sure that they could safely use that trail and not also interfere with construction activity. So, Roger.
Based on what Scott just said, the residents currently, I guess the developer would prefer that the residents not be walking on the trail right now because it's primarily a construction trail. Is that correct?
That was,
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, I think it's a good idea because we're going back on a number of issues. I think we appreciate from the board that this can't go too long. I think everybody appreciates, we got to make sure it's safe. And the question is, what is the exact trigger? I think it would be helpful for us to communicate with staff a little bit more about where staging areas are going to be later on in the development, where the truck traffic is going to be, and maybe with a little additional detail and trying to balance kind of getting it done soon, but getting it done safely. We could work with staff to figure out what the exact trigger point was.
Let me ask the developer, is it the plan when you build building 29 and that's completed, are you going to want a CO for that right away? Or are you going to continue building all the way down to building 7 and CO for the complete phase?
Yeah, so the plan would be as the buildings are done and complete, and then, based on, Jay's comment, certain other things need to be in place. We would be looking for COs for the buildings as they come online.
Okay.
So I think,
as you go down further though, if you're getting COs for say 29, 24, and 21, you're still going to be using maybe construction coming in the back end, the back of the building to finish up like 7 and 14, for instance.
Yeah, given that the access is coming from Ward Street, there will be. I mean, I think we appreciate, part of this is the history, right? You've heard from a lot of people that have said, hey, this, and this hasn't been finished. So I appreciate that everybody's like, let's make sure that the nature trail doesn't get left on a list of this for the future. So we appreciate that and respect that concern. I think obviously the economics of the project is you start going and you go and you keep building, and that is the goal. So, the plan is not to do 29, start renting it out, and 12 years later, we get down to number 7. So we think this will happen, once we get going, we keep going, but trying to figure out whether it's a time, a number of months, or based on, what percentage of construction is done such that this end of the trail near Ward Street is really safe. I think those are the details we can work out with staff and try to come up with something that would meet some of these big picture goals of the board.
And I'd also just, Roger, to your point, I think staff's thought was, there's really a difference in types of construction. There's the infrastructure road building construction, which is quite a bit different than when you start to have subcontractors coming in. So I think, those are the type of things that we were thinking about, but I think staff is pretty clear on the direction from the board at this point that to find somewhere between the first and the last that makes sense. And I think we can, again, based on the direction of this discussion so far, we'd be happy to sit down with the developer and have that conversation about what makes sense and come back to the board for ultimately, we need your blessing on it, but
all right, thank you. So as far as me pushing conversation, I am done with that phase of it for right now. So I will open it up to the board.
Rachel wants.
I don't think she wants to say anything. She's waving goodbye, right? It's just time to go. All right, Rachel, go ahead.
I have something else on the phasing that I didn't want to have lost. And that is, I'm looking at the page 8 of the Goral Palmer document that talks about phasing, and it talks about completion of the community center may occur within 1 year following the issuance of the last certificate of occupancy. That word may can be interpreted many different ways to include the fact that it won't be. In other words, it might not be finished within a year, and 2 years later, we'll be right back where we are with folks saying, yes, and you promised to do a community center and we don't have a community center. So I would suggest that if there is an intention to build a community center, or if there's no intention to build a community center, we need to know that right now. And if there is an intention to commit to build a community center, that be worded to completion of the community center shall occur within 1 year following the issuance of the last certificate of occupancy. Thank you. Are we going to have a community center, Scott?
As part of North Village?
Yeah.
Yes, and, but I think, were you also talking about the nature trail? We're a big fan of shalls. When you want a shall, we don't want mays that create confusion. So whatever timing is set up, we're good with conditions that say this shall be done by, this point or that point.
So the community center shall, in terms of phasing, the community center shall be completed within 1 year following the issuance of the last certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, that's going to work just fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from the board on the logistics or anything that we haven't covered? I've got one more thing I'm gonna drive home, but I want other board members kind of weigh in on some things, so. No, okay. My one remaining comment, I think, is just to make sure that we have a clear relationship of those stormwater ponds. And I appreciate the some of the arguments you've made, Scott, on this. But as far as, in my mind, trying to fully understand the relationship of how it all will work, I think there definitely needs to be some written clarity, because if Northern Village is not part of Eastern Village, but it is going to use a stormwater feature located on somebody else's private property, there needs to be some sort of easement / consideration, some sort of shared maintenance agreement or contribution, something clearly outlining how one private owner is impacting another private entities. And I know currently they all are kind of housed under one developer. I get that, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change in the future and wouldn't change how that operates in the future. So I just want to drive that home, that really want clarity for not just the board, but for staff, for all the residents. I think they deserve that, knowing how that's going to function now and 100 years from now.
Yeah, and just because it's been such a big topic tonight, we'll work on that level of detail so you have it. Just a few placeholders for the board. We've gone through a lot of analysis of the stormwater. I think you guys have all the data. Staff has reviewed it. The town attorney has reviewed it. The DEP has reviewed it and issued us a stormwater permit. So, on the question of, can these ponds handle it? Is it going to create any problems elsewhere? The answer is a resounding no, and we will get you connect the dots to make it clear that these ponds can be used for this. It's not going to hurt anybody. It's all going to be fine. On the question of when does this get resolved? It gets resolved when you issue a permit. And I almost hate to say this publicly, but the reality is when you issue a permit that says, okay, you're going to use those ponds, you need to keep ownership of those ponds and you need to maintain those ponds, that will be in your final approval, which means that regardless of whether anybody gives any money or you can sort out ambiguities under declaration documents, at the end of the day, the buck stops with Kerry in North Village. He is going to have to maintain those ponds forever, regardless if anybody ever gives him $1. And again, I just said that publicly, but there's just not enough money in this to really worry about, whether people are going to contribute towards the $500 annual fee to get the inspection. The inspections are already starting to happen under the DP permit. So I think we'll be able to show you that kind of as a stormwater factual issue, everything is great. And as an issue about being good neighbors, we're going to be responsible for this. We've got this covered. And a lot of these concerns that there's going to be, like, we're going to push some responsibility down the food chain on some unsuspecting person. I think we'll be able to show you that that's not the case. And I'm hoping this issue will shrink, but we'll go through that in some detail so you don't have to take my word for it.
Thank you, Scott. Roger.
I appreciate what Scott's saying. And I would agree with you. The problem is there is so much mistrust between Kerry and the residents there. And I was disappointed to hear one of the comments from the gentleman who runs the Valentine Association, the director, that there's been no communications between Kerry, the developer, and them on that pond for a number of years, and then he just hands everything over. That just creates so much distrust. Everything's got to be locked down, I believe, to satisfy the concerns of the people who have invested in property, buying property on this place. So whatever you can do, Scott, legally, to make sure everything's, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and everything like that, to make sure everybody understands who's responsible for the maintenance and the responsibility and everything. And I guess I have a question for Angela. On the Valentine Pond, and I don't want to put you on the spot, I don't mean to, but how did that go? If I assume what the director of Valentine Place is accurate, how did that go? I thought these developers had, every year they had to make a report as to the maintenance of these ponds.
So that was approved and built prior to our post-construction ordinance. So they are not obligated to report annually on that pond. They are, however, still obligated under the 5-year recertification for DEP to do a maintenance and inspection. And so DEP requires that on a 5-year basis. And I typically get notified about what projects are coming up for the 5-year research. I'm not sure it is a pipeline, but that's something that DEP does themselves. And so that's not on, I guess, our list to follow up with.
So the Valentine Pond, the standards pertaining to the Valentine Pond are different than the standards pertaining to the Eastern Road Pond.
Eastern Villages falls under the same criteria. It was all
the same. Oh, okay.
We'll be able to explain, I mean, pursuant to the terms and conditions of our DEP stormwater permit, there's going to be inspections. We're also going to give you folks the data that shows that right now, the land that will become North Village is sending a significant amount of stormwater to Valentine Pond now. After this development is completed, it's going to be reduced significantly. We'll make sure you get that data too. So the reality is that when this actually gets built, it's going to be an improvement and a reduction in stormwater flows into that pond, which is great. I mean, it's just a happenstance the way it's going to go. But we'll be able to show you that. And Roger, we appreciate people have views about how things are going. I know I got Kerry's, I can hear him in my head saying, I meet with the homeowners association all the time there. I don't understand what he's talking about. So we'll try to put a finer point on that too.
Thank you both. I do have one last topic. I think it's the last topic, unless I think of something else. I just want to make sure we didn't really touch upon it, but I think the board should, before we get to the next meeting on this issue, weigh in on whether or not we now feel that the landscaping and buffering around that building is adequate. Because I'd hate to rehash that like 3 weeks or 3 weeks from now or whatever, because they've made adjustments to it, and I want to know if, you know, they reduced building height, they increased buffering, and I want to know, make sure that this board, because I didn't hear any comments on it. I just didn't want it to get overlooked. Roger.
I hate to be hogging everything, but I think the buffering, what they've done with the buffering is really good. I got to tell you, I was disappointed to hear the comment by one of the gentlemen that they had a meeting back, Kerry's had a meeting with the residents back in 2018 or 19 or something like that. And he talked to them about a development with 2 buildings. And then they haven't had any meetings since then. And I don't know if that's true or not, but that's certainly not what we're looking at right now. And while I think the buffering, I think you guys have done a good job with the buffering, what you want to do now. But I'm just wondering if on the community center, if you could put that community center, say across the street, and move the whole building 7 and the parking, everything a little closer to building 21. If you can do anything like that, I think that would satisfy a lot of concerns that people have. And I only raise this because I've been operating under the assumption that all the residents were fully aware of this development, pretty much the way it is, but that's not something I heard tonight, which is disappointing. And not, like I say, it may not be true, but I don't know if you have any comment on that, Scott.
Yeah, I'm just going to have Kerry talk about it because I know the siting of building 7 has been an issue. Before he talks about the actual nuts and bolts on the ground, you know, my only concern about 7 is that a lot of the comments seem to go to the character of the development that's inconsistent, and this question of the proximity of 7 to the property boundaries seems to be part of that. I think, I mean, this is an issue that the planning board knows full well. This is a permitted use. There are no density issues. We're meeting setbacks. The building height has been dropped. It could be higher than that. So I get a little bit concerned when I hear comments about the character and not adversely impacting the character of abutting developments. I think that's when we look to the standards, and this more than complies with the standards and the buffering and everything. So I think that's the best response to this thing of, hey, I don't want to see that kind of a building that close to me. But I'm going to turn it over to Kerry now for him to talk about actually some of the site limitations, because I know this issue about moving building 7 is coming up.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, so with respect to the meeting that took place in fall of 2018, there were 3 plans that were shown. They all had multiple buildings. The plan that we have moved forward with here is what came out of that meeting. And there was never a plan that only showed 2 buildings. And I think further evidence of that is either the meeting prior to tonight or the one before that. I saw the 3 sketch plans that were passed around because I saw them through correspondence that either came from the town or from Steve Bushy on neighbor comments that some of the neighbors had included. That those plans were had multiple buildings. There was 3 different plans. There was never a plan that had only 2 buildings. And this plan right here that you see before you was what we came out of that meeting with as understanding of the plan that to move forward with. With respect to building 7, it can't go any further in that direction. We've already moved it as far in that direction as we can. We are butting up against wetlands. You might not be able to see that on what you're looking at, but that area behind the community building and behind building 7, that area is all wet.
Okay, thank you. Rachel, I saw you had your hand up on that.
Yeah, I wanted to commend the architect for coming up with a good, really good design on Building 7. Taking the top floor and making it essentially into 4 studios with balconies, or I guess Juliet balconies. Are they Juliet or full balconies? I couldn't tell. But in any case,
I can speak for him. They're Juliet's.
okay, thank you. They are great apartments for young people getting their first place, getting their first apartment. And I think adding what's essentially the shed roofs there, that or the dormers, that really is in keeping with the architecture, the New England vernacular. And I also think that the standard has been met in terms of the landscaping. So I have no problem with Building 7. I think it meets the design standards. I think the location is probably as far over as it can go. And I thank the developer for moving it and for listening to us in terms of the parking area, the restructuring, the garage, the pad for the dumpster, putting in a lot more. Well, there's actually a berm in there now. So I think the design standards have been met, and I have no further problems with them. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Robin?
Yeah, I guess the concern I have is largely from Natalie Burns' memo from Jensen Baird regarding the planting plan and whether or not this North Village is part of Eastern Village or not, because if it isn't, then there may be some more requirements there. So, and in the past, we have talked about a berm in this area. So it's really late and my brain is shutting off. And it's, yeah, the second night this week. But I guess I would tend to agree with what has been said in one of the public comments submitted regarding the planting plan. That we need to define whether or not North Village is part of the larger subdivision or not.
And so, Robin, I think I know it's getting late, but I think I can help answer that question from the staff's perspective. And I think we talked about this at a previous meeting potentially. And but North Village is part of Eastern Village. It came out of I think it was the 14th or 13th Amendment of Eastern Village. You know, their densities are tied together, so they are tied together. But the difference that we talked about is North Village, though it's part of the Eastern Village subdivision, does not need to be part and parcel of the Eastern Village Homeowners Association. There can be separate associations. So yes, it's part of the subdivision, but they are separate and distinct, at least as they are being constructed tonight. And what we're seeing, they association ownerships, and that's permissible. So I think that's a bit of a complicating factor. It's nuance, or maybe it's not nuance, but it's just you need to parse it, I guess is maybe a better way of saying it. So anyway, hope that helped a little bit.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. And unfortunately, yeah, thank you for clarifying, Jay.
All right, Jennifer and Rick, we could use some extra weighing in on here.
Well, I'll go ahead. I've got 2 things to weigh in, and I'll weigh in on the landscape first, since that's what you're really looking for. You know, it's been back and forth, and I think every time we've seen it again, there's been some improvements made here with the buffering. We always have that idea that my home is my palace, and I see all directions, and I own my parcel. And if somebody next to me does something, I may not like that. Well, I can't change that, but I do believe the developer has changed his approach to working with the abutters and trying to solve the view issue as well as the vegetation and the buffering. So part and parcel to Robin's conversation, if we have the say in this, then I would say the buffering meets the letter of the ordinance and is being done by the developer as required. The second part of what I wanted to weigh in just very briefly is the lighting plan. I looked it over. Appreciate the developer coming back with min and maxes, and I see where he's got motion on the garages, and it is well lit, and it will decrease at 9 p.m. as agreed by the applicant. And I do have one question. The type B fixtures that you're putting in, you indicate in a note that it is controlled by a dimmer in each unit. Now, I know you don't intend on having somebody show up there every night at 9 p.m. to dim that light. So I would like to see the cut sheets of these fixtures because they're different than what we originally saw. And I don't see any cut sheets, but I'm curious on how this dimming is being done. If those fixtures aren't equipped with a software where you can program things on your cell phone and then leave it alone and it's fine. But I've got to see where the dimming can actually take place and it's not part of a human behavior where somebody has to do it. So appreciate the photometrics, appreciate the work that went into designing the lights and getting the parking lots right and everything like that. The min and maxes, they're within the IEA, so I think we're pretty good. But I'd like to see the cut sheets. I'd like to see how you're controlling this dimming. And one other final note on the master plan here, you still indicate that there are boards, and there's a particular note by building number 29, and I don't see that on your fixture list. So I'm thinking based on what you've done here, you don't have those in play anymore. But I'd like some confirmation. And if that is true, then we need to get them off the master plan. That's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rick. Jennifer?
I do tend to agree that the notice and appreciate the applicant's efforts in terms of responding to public comments about increasing buffering, increasing landscaping, altering the buildings that are in closest proximity to existing buildings. And so I do kind of feel like those meet with the requirements as we know them. That's it for landscape and buffering. I do just also want to echo some other comments that have come up previously about, just having a meeting with the public, the residents of this neighborhood. I do, Nick, kind of to your statement earlier, it does just seem like that would actually be the easiest path forward on a lot of these things. And it sounds like based on the evolution of that relationship that it might, you might need a third party there or something, but that just sitting down and having an open conversation, there was a statement made earlier about how a lot of these disputes should be private disputes and the planning board shouldn't, it shouldn't really be our responsibility to iron them out, which I tend to agree, but because we are the public forum and it kind of feels like these folks haven't had the opportunity to deal with that in another way, we're now placed in this position. So I do continue to think that it would be a good idea to just kind of have that opportunity for them to be heard and, you know, and to even thank the applicant for efforts made thus far to address their comments. So anyway, that's that. I guess lastly, I was reading through some of the response to comments regarding traffic, and you know, it's pretty clear that there isn't really an interest in updating the study of what's going on at Eastern Road and Black Point Road. I feel like that's been addressed at a couple of meetings, and we just kind of keep getting the same answer, which is we're not going to deal with it. You know, it hasn't come up in other comments since that, neither with the staff or other members of the board. But I would just like to, you know, I guess get on the record that, you know, given that this does have a history as being a high crash location, the only time period that it doesn't show up as a high crash location is for years spanning the 3-year period that would include 2020. Obviously, the data is not available for 2020 yet. I would just hate for this project to go in and in any way, you know, for us to have missed an opportunity to potentially address safety concerns that might arise at that location. That's all.
Roger.
Yeah, it is getting late. And I think, Jen, you were talking about the Black Point Road, Eastern Trail, okay. The thing that struck me reading the material on that, apparently there's been a sign placed ahead of that intersection, alerting people that there is, there's a crosswalk there. But I got thinking about the over in Portland, the bridge, the Casco Bay Bridge, and how they have these signs up State Street to let you know the bridge is up, so you can figure out another way to go. Maybe what we need, instead of just a plain generic sign, I think it's primarily cut when you're heading east, going down the hill, because you really pick up speed, whether you're going to speed limit or not when you're going down that hill, because I go down that all the time. If there was a sign, sort of like the flashing signs right at the crosswalk, but further up, to alert somebody who's driving down that there is somebody crossing the crosswalk. Just a thought I have on that. Okay.
Angela.
I think I can, I guess, respond to that. We did have previous leaders for this board asked the developer to contribute towards a lit sign, advanced warning sign. And so my understanding is that they have paid towards that signage you're talking about. It has not been implemented. The lit piece has not been implemented. And I guess I will also add that what we're finding with the crashes is you would think it's from that direction. We're actually finding it's from the other direction,
Really?
coming up the hill. So
I wonder if that's because of the curve on Black Point Road. People are coming around that curve, and then all of a sudden they have to stop.
I think it's there's a lot of things I think that factor into it, unfortunately. So there's no smoking gun there.
Just to expand on that, for those reasons, I think that's why this is an important area to look further or to not look at, combined with the fact that there has to be more bicycle and pedestrian traffic through that intersection than there was in 2016, 2018. Just anecdotally driving through there as a resident, it does seem to be more popular and more frequently used, and that bike and ped data in particular is not always, it's not always part of the standard data readily available. So it's a little bit harder to get. Sometimes you can't, for example, you can't put out the tube counters like you can on to count vehicles. It just takes a little bit more effort to factor those types of transportation into the overall picture at an intersection or along a stretch of road. However, it's really important because, when two cars have a fender bender, that's one thing. There's some auto body damage. There may be minor injuries associated with that, but the tolerance for injuries between vehicles and vulnerable users is almost nothing. So for an intersection where we have a high crash location, and that's based on auto data, those are car accidents, not bike ped accidents. It should just be a giant warning flag for us to just take a closer look at it. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Jen. All right. Any other comments to the board on this? Robin.
I just want to thank Jennifer for bringing that up. I think that's a really important point, and it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't talk about it or consider it.
Okay. Okay, Jamel, do you have anything to add into that, or Angela even? Is this something that staff and the applicant should be talking about? Give us a little guidance on that.
I guess I will start. I think we've had our traffic peer review, and that was something that I've personally been kind of pushing to make sure we're addressing or at least looking at that intersection, because we have heard complaints not only from, say, the residents trying to get in and out of this subdivision, but also just those on Black Point Road. And like as Jen said, the amount of bike and ped traffic is obviously increased, as well as once we do make our final connection of the Eastern Trail, that's going to open it up quite a bit. And so the question was really about this development has studied that intersection, as you said, a while back. And now looking at this, what is in front of us to look at is really the increase or how that traffic moves from North Village. And so what we're getting from, say, our peer reviewer as well as DOT is that now with the opening of Ward Street and making that connection, as one of, I think the members of the public had spoke about, is that's the opportunity to connect back to the traffic signal at Route 1. It's showing those improvements. And so what we're hearing from our traffic peer reviewer is there was a big leap. Like at this point, we've asked them to try to address that. And I've actually asked Goral Palmer to pull out their response actually and pull it into a separate memo and to be signed by their traffic engineer. The next step though would be a bigger lift, a bigger financial lift, a bigger undertaking. And the question is, I guess looking at it from our traffic peer reviewer and in my understanding and talking with Bill Bray, is really looking at what this development itself is generating and how that impacts the numbers on that intersection is not something that he was recommending to pursue. Maybe Jamel can, I mean, if I want to stray there.
For those of you with just audio, Jamel gave the thumbs up, didn't want to comment. So, okay. Well, what I've seen a lot of here, I know you can't see me. I'm going to try it here for the last 30 seconds of this meeting. There we go. If it crashes, I apologize to everyone, but what I see here is a lot of eye rubbing and some stretching and some weary faces. And I want to thank everyone that has participated in this, not just from the planning board side, but the staff side, but the homeowners too, the residents. I know, at least on this board side and staff side, we've been at this 2 nights, both running 4 hours plus this week. So thank you so much for everything everyone's doing right now. We missed items number 15 and 16 tonight. We know the applicant is going to work with staff. We will see this again. There's not a whole lot extra to add there, except for a big thank you to everyone. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
I got a motion. Is there a
Second.
All in favor? Jen? Yes, okay, hands will do. Jen, Nick, Rachel, Roger, Robin, all, and Rick is alternate tonight. I'll say yes, show hands. Everyone, thank you again. Have a wonderful evening. Get some rest.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, you just
Be
well
well.
deserved rest. All right, good night.
For those items that weren't heard, for anyone who's left as an attendee, they will be moved to the next agenda on May 11th.
Thanks, Jay. Good night, everyone.
And my computer just froze,
Good night.
so.